I think everything is in order. Welcome all in. I hope you're good. As always, happy Friday. It's the end of the week, apparently. I hope your week was great. I don't know what day it is. With the break of no streaming on Wednesday, I am lost in the entirety of the week. So there's that. We have some good news for the Mom UI kit. We have some good news for the Preview map. We have some debatable news for Gan. And Ban is okay. We don't have a lot of news on there. We still, as far as I know, we haven't reached the the goals just yet, but we are closer. So that's something that is pretty cool. Um, and we'll see when we have like more news about it. But as always, work on in. Good week, good stuff. It is a Friday, so if you have anything for me to take a look at, you want some reviews and stuff, it is a review day, so feel free to do so. But yeah, CyberSec, welcome on in. Nombre, hi, welcome on in. Um, I start I start at 1:30 my time now instead of the previous 6:30 for many reasons. But one of the reasons is I why not? I don't have a job officially, so why not? No, the reality is that when I looked at the analytics, um, overall, the people that are, let me just show you that, that's going to be way faster. If we go into the analytics section and the research tab, which is on here, you will see that for that category, which is my category, or the category that I have most of the times, the time at which people are like most watching is 1 p.m. Like they start at 1 p.m. and then it kind of goes down on Mondays. Wednesday, the same thing. And then Friday, we basically have a spike at 1, like at 10:30, 11 in the morning, and then goes back down and then goes back up somewhere around 5. So we start kind of low, which is good, and then it goes up. The Thursday though is like a day for streaming for me, and I should 100% move my current schedule to accommodate with Thursday and have a thing on Thursday. So yeah, Stony, hi, welcome in. I'm not. That's the thing. That is the reality of stuff, Stony. That's what happened. I do want you to review, but not on stream. That is not good. That is not good. Mm-hmm. But you can send a link on Discord, maybe. Hmm? Mhm. A small little link on Discord will be appreciated. Mhm. But yes, Cecil, welcome on in. Uh, yes, we are all going online at the same time. I know that Props is live right now. I know that other people have been live as well. It's just, eh, uh, it's just the times. But yeah, Thursday is probably going to be something. Um, we can basically see that we have two spikes. We have a spike on Thursday and a spike on Fridays. These are the 2 days that I kind of need to stream nowadays. So that is the reason I'm not making things up. I am not making things up. I could, but I'm not. And you're welcome, Stony. That was my birthday present. Not really. For you, give me some information about what that is, because so far, uh, I mean, I know what it is, but like for everyone else to understand, um, you can't see anything. This is still your same side by side, or it's like a bit of a different system? Specializing in high quality pixel art animation. I see. I see. which obviously is not going to be something that I can necessarily scroll on stream. I get it. I get it. Not a thing that we'll see. I mean, why not? But you know, um, design wise, it's fine. Light mode, dark mode is working. You have the hover effects for the content and stuff. Obviously, you can't see. Um, so that's it happens. I wish you had stuff that is not like that much uh suggestive. Because otherwise I mean I would love to be able to open that on stream, but that's not the case. So overall it makes sense. Visually speaking, it's okay. The differences in between the two when it comes to like mobile and non-mobile is a pretty good system. I think that it works. The click to open is fine. I feel like the hover effect to open is fine as well. Probably a bit better for like desktop, but yeah. Um, I don't know about the real use case for this, but if it works, it's fine. Like I think overall it's pretty good. Design wise, the layout of the page is a very much 2025, 2026 layout. So, you have the grid at the top, you have the grid at the top as well, which is right here. I'm gonna be very strategic in what I'm doing. Like that dotted grid right there is something that, we have in that gradient as well, something that we have as a new 2026 environment. Like most people are going to use that. I have the same thing basically on my own website, so I get it. Um, but yeah, I don't know if like um, the price makes sense because it's kind of it's goddamn it's kind it's kind of expensive for something that is like kind of um, even though it's said that it's drawn frame by frame, which uh, I don't know, but yeah. But yes, Tony has been here for like 260 streams in a row. Goddamn, goddamn, that's crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, that dot matrix in the background, same thing. Overall, it works. The layout is fine. The value proposition is on the first line, so that's good. The pricing is at the top. You have some previews underneath. The only thing is, I don't know, as a business side of things, I don't know who would necessarily pay for these animations, uh, like one by one. I feel like the pack of three might be a bit of a small thing, and it because it's pixel art based, I feel like it might be a bit better for them to do a pack of 50 or a pack of 10, because they will be used probably in some things that are uh, either on porn sites or on porn games for like assets for Steam games and so on, and therefore uh, you might need more than just one, and you might need like a bit less than 50, but still, like you would be in the 50-ish. So maybe having a pack that is a bit more subsequent might be a good thing. But yeah, that's the that's the thing. Overall, it works. overall it works. I do think that the uh, brain, the model in front when you are opening the site first, the warning site is a good idea. Um, but as always, there is no need to, or not no need, but like no way to make sure that that's the case. So, eh, I never know if it's really useful to have like the be careful. This is an 18 plus website, and you're like, yeah. Um, yeah, but wouldn't it be something like, or something like that would be used for game assets more than anything else? Um, like I don't see the use cases for anything other than potential ads, potential game assets, and potential videos, but like you need so much stuff. So I'm like probably not in the business enough, even though I am, but like not enough so that I see the use case. But yeah, I mean, you know the target. You have the clients. So that would make sense for you. Yeah, 100%. Other than that, the website is good, the light mode, dark mode is good, and the layout is good. So nothing to complain about. We have some good news when it comes to ban right there, um, with something in the transparency again. Guess what? Still not 100, but we have 3 paying users. I don't know who the third one is, but we have a third one. One of the things that is kind of fun for me is that I went on the database and checked who is um, currently paying, who is currently in the pro tier, and they don't have uh, any of the themes stuff enabled. So yeah, uh, so it it's interesting. It's interesting. Um, let's see these things. Chris, welcome in. Welcome back. Um, yeah. We're close to 100 users, 100 total users, and 3 paying users is pretty good. Like that's just 3% paying, so in my calculator, it's a bit of a different thing. But yeah, yeah, and welcome in. That's a 4-3, and that seems to be a 4-3 as well. So either I don't have access to the server in question, um, that I need to be on, or it's something else. So I don't know. Or maybe you just, because it's the dashboard stuff, I probably don't have access to the thing in questions. Let me re-click on that because I see that you're doing stuff. How are you, Jan? How was your week? How's everything? But yeah, no, I don't know if it's just like one character because I know that it's like your character, whatever. Um, I don't. I mean, why not? I know how much content there is on the internet, and therefore the probability of having your character, if it's a character from a known franchise, anime, manga, whatever, uh, is you know, uh, eh, it depends. If it's your own characters, then yeah, whatever. You aren't senior dev. I don't know. That's not my profile or project, so I don't get. I also don't work on it. So, these two are the exact same page, both of the links that you shared. Um, and the 4.3 was correct because I didn't have the admin-ish access things. Um, this looks like shit though. Mhm. That's sad. That is sad. Um, but I'm guessing you just want the recommendation. Ah, God damn. Mm. Movie, TV shows help doesn't make a lot of sense. Um, but that's fine. Let's say you have the Lord of the Ring, and therefore this is the thing that you worked on, which I think is the reason because you have all of these. They don't look very much related. Uh, I mean, not not near. Why do we have this? Why? 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 I don't mind. But yeah, I feel like the recommendation system might not necessarily be working exactly as we wanted it to be. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. I feel like if I'm here, it's probably going to work a bit better if I go into a school hive because I have these other ones that are school related and kind of harem based. So I get it. Um, so that's that's fine. Um, but for the movies and TV show, that might be a bit more complex based on the thing that we just saw. Nonetheless, it's just a detail, and your algorithm on what to be recommended to be a bit better, I guess. Uh, Kinda. I mean, yeah. Um, I don't know if I would agree with all of these. But then again, I feel like you may have to have some sort of a filter that says, oh, that is a TV show with live actors. Therefore, the recommendation based on what I have needs to be roughly or firstly based on the live action and then potentially on the anime stuff. But then again, I mean, both works, right? You have Legion, you have X-Men, therefore Sanctuary could fill in. Uh, but yeah. Yeah, that I mean, I get it. It's just like the order of, I think, nonetheless, you did good. And I again, I want to reiterate on that. You did pretty good on having like the entire thing for the recommendation. I feel like the current place of where it is might not be exactly where you want it to be. Um, but yeah, like Mr. Pickle would need Rick and Morty kind of first, and then BoJack if you have it, and then potentially like Family Guy and Bob's for sure. But yeah, no, it works. It makes sense. I'm not like totally against. It's just like the first one was kind of crazy of recommending like so many of these. I mean, the reason for this is just like this is fantasy, action slash fantasy, and then there are always elves, and then this one is just with ass, which we have some in there, um, but not enough. But still, but yeah, I get it. So, um, the the system is good. The view that is here, um, I don't know if it's the good thing I feel like I would have the in like not inverted, but like um I would have this basically, which you kind of already have. Let me take something that is okay. Let's use one that I mean, I guess edging is always a good thing for me because I know how it is. I would have here in the recommendations, I would have uh recommendations on your server and recommendations off your server so that like you know that like based on this one you probably would be interested in, I don't know, Miguelo box. Maybe you don't have it, and therefore, um, we recommend it. But right now, I feel like you have just recommendation for everything, and not necessarily just what you have in your server. So, yeah. Um, I have heard of it. I haven't checked it out. No. If you have a link, I would love to take a look of the link right away. Um, No. Also, no. I don't know if this one is going to be connected and accessible right away, Tickle, but lately I've been not there. Lately, I've been using B-roll for most of my TV show tracking and stuff, and right now, obviously, it's going to take a while because the VPN is connected. And the recommendations there don't necessarily exist. It's just like you have an explore page for everything that is recommended to you based on trending and so on, but it's not necessarily based on like what you have inside of your own collection, which I feel like we should have. Um, but you do have things like VPN is not working. Let's say Devil Wears Prada 2, which is supposed to arrive soon. There should be like a similar movies at the bottom that is pretty nice. So if I go back to one that is old enough, I guess this one, maybe, probably, potentially. Um, like you have the related movies, which their related movie is kind of shit. Not gonna lie, it's not doing anything that I like because like Gran Turismo and Oppenheimer, similar to Mission Impossible, is just like ugh. No. Sometimes you have shit like this, which I think the Madame Web related to is supposed to be like mostly superhero movie, but that's not the case. Like you end up with some things that are absolutely different. So overall, um, I would rather have like a recommendation at the bottom of my movie on your side, Stony specifically. Um, but putting the recommendation potentials in the dashboard feels like a bit of a mistake. It feels like far away, too far away for what it is. So I could potentially say doing a mix up potentially of what you have done in the recommendation and what we have here. That would feel so much better for me. Of here is you can search for something, but here is what we recommend based on what you currently have in your server, and then you can have the entirety of what you already have made with a vertical scroll and so on. But that would make more sense for me. That's potentially much better output because it's just like okay, I'm looking for something. We know you don't have these on your servers yet, but you might be interested in these things, and therefore you have the information right away. So that feels more of a better home overall. Nonetheless, still good. Um, that thing works. Nothing to complain about, other than I'm complaining about the stuff. But nothing to really complain about. Everything is kind of working. You have proper e um, relationship, so it's working. Uh, yeah, but you can request, right? Like if I'm here, I could. Don't you have like the request to your admin type of thing? Um, I thought you did. I thought you did. Also, yes, I've seen that. Um, I've seen that and I didn't really understand what it does. I saw that for the UI part, but it's just it doesn't um make any sense. Denny, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? I mean, right now, I feel like there is a new tool that is coming out every day or every 2 days that is really interesting and potentially good. So I don't know. Yeah, I really don't. Um, yeah, I, I don't, I don't know. I don't know what it does. I don't know how much different it is from me being able to just say, if I'm here and I do this, and I have my spotlight, and I have everything that I need to do, which is probably like a better version of Spotlight, but it's just like I don't know. Or shortcuts or raycast. So enlighten me. But yeah, I've seen the UI. Personally, I don't think it's worth using yet, Lenny. I think that's I don't know why I'm currently speaking Japanese. That's not what was supposed to happen. um, Specifically the desktop, I mean the web version, because I tried that once, and obviously because these bitches are just like, I piss me off every time. Either it's on my end, and that's fine. It happens. That means that the stream is gonna die in a second. Um, but yeah, everything is fucking broken every time I tried their stuff. So I'm kind of sad about it. Um, but if I just go back here, the thing that I had a lot of beef against was their UI on their landing page was looking nothing like what we had in reality. Now it's fixed. Now the UI that we have here is the UI that you have when you download the app. So um, that's fine. The deal with Paper is that they have started as a shader-based um, design tool in the browser. And then they released something where two of the shaders were interesting and uncommon compared to everything else. So if you had seen, probably that's not uh, like Brett has been not the one popularizing it, but kinda he made these bitches a long time ago, and then everyone else was doing that shader, and that's like the shader of Paper that is good. The other ones are kind of shit. The other thing that he used was this one, which is also like one of the other shaders of Paper, and that's it. Everything else is just trash, and their performance was not as good. Their presentation was not as good. Their shaders were not as good as shader.js, I think. So overall, not a very good thing. However, since Pencil popped in and said, you know what, this is an open source-ish free tool that you can use on every platform and have like your AI build your designs for you. A lot of companies have been like, okay, cool, so that's exactly what we need to do. And Paper is now doing the exact same thing. And the only reason why people are kind of, people being designers, are raving about it is just this. That's it. That's the only thing that people are saying that is good about Paper. So far, I haven't seen anything else other than, oh yeah, the loading animation is really cute. But is the design that they are creating good? No clue. so, so far, I wouldn't say that it's like worth investing in for full project. However, as always, it is always worth investing in how this works. So you downloading the app, using it on your computer, figuring out how it works, making sure that you understand the full system, and you know like everything is working for you and you get it, then yes, it is worth it. Using it, not really. Um, but then that's the same shit. Like I hate this, but yeah. Um, when you're looking at this on this is built with Claude or Claude Code directly, and this is built with Paper with Claude Code as well, right? Same models in the background. Basically, what they are saying and what Nolan is saying here is whatever they are injecting in the MCP need to be studied. I think I said that to Stony. I don't want to leak some DMs. Doesn't matter because we don't have like very specific DMs. Nonetheless, um, the MCP is this file that basically says, don't fuck it up. Like it's just don't do the AI slop aesthetic. Never use some of the very generic fonts that we use all the times. And specifically don't use the regular gradients. And when you're looking at this, there is no kind of thing in the background that is telling it to not use the basic stuff. But I'm almost certain that this is like an expense tracker, right? Obviously. Um, if I say, for some reason, I copy paste this as the base of my prompt inside of Claude Code, and then I say, based on all of these directives, create an expense tracking app. It's probably gonna do something like this. So as always, it's just like whatever you are injecting in the beginning, it's gonna be fine. So yeah. Kinda on paper, yes. um, like TD, hi, we're going in. How are you? How's the day going? How's the website going? Uh, again, you need to check the new tools every time, always. So Pencil is to be tested. Remember that Pencil, as far as I remember, Pencil was only working with Cloud Code. So you need like a Cloud Code subscription or Cloud subscription, you know, to make it work. And based on what I just saw here, I feel like Paper is kind of the same thing. Where it might be just like a Cloud Code link thing instead of something else, but also this is like through Ghost, so I don't fucking know. But then again, based on what just happened inside of Figma, you now have the ability to get the Cloud Code integration within Figma itself. So you have the ability to use Cloud Code in your terminal to build design directly inside of your Figma file, which is exactly what Paper just did here. And based on the fact that you all know, specifically here, you all know how Figma works and how to use it, instead of having to learn like an entirely new tool, which is paper or pencil, you can just do the exact same thing inside of Figma. So at this point, I don't know. I don't know what is a good thing to do or not a good thing to do. It's just like, whatever. I mean, if it works for you, it works. But so far, we don't have like a ton of stuff. That's wild. um, but overall, I, I, I'm sad about the hype around paper because in the first days that I've heard of it, and you were here on stream when that happens about a year and a half ago, um, it was looking probably 2 years ago now. It was probably promising. And then I tested it out and I was like, this is shit. And then people that had early access were hyping it so much. But then what I tested was not on par with the hype. So I couldn't really understand. And the only thing that was pretty cool that was that they had a system to generate images with multiple models at the same time. Like that was their, from my point of view, um, their selling points when I was looking at it. But I don't give a shit about generating images, so very much no interest. Um, but other than that, yeah, that's the thing. Let me click on that link before it disappears. Oh my god. um, Card design on other pages, year, months, and day, all the me data for the moment. I see. Um, yeah, I mean, again, I talked about it somewhere along the line of general, I think now it's probably like a year ago or something, but I shared um a video of saying I just got access to this. I was not supposed to get access to this, and that is way too old. What the fuck did I do then? Did I host that on YouTube? I probably did. I probably did. I should just search, shouldn't I? You know? It's not there. Have a good luck. Um, but yeah, like I have a video somewhere of me just testing paper when it was not supposed to be accessible. And the other gripe that I have with them was roughly everything that people were saying I didn't see. And I haven't seen a single update from the time I took this video, which is from 2025, right there. That thing, like not a single, I should just go on YouTube for this. Like I got access to paper on a on a mistake on their ends. And from the time that I saw this and I recorded the video to basically today, nothing has changed. Other than the fact that now they have the MCP integration with the Cloud Code integration that every other design apps have. But the basis is the same. They maybe have changed some of the tools and the controls on this side, but it is such a bad thing. And when we took a look at like the shaders and the stuff, and there was like some pretty good shaders, but it's the shaders that you have on a shader toy on your first day, basically. So I don't see any fucking interesting stuff. And in that liquid metal is the shader that we all saw. And they haven't updated it and it didn't change and it's still as bad as it used to be in the first day. So like I don't know how to feel about it other than That's the situation. Um, let me full screen this TD so that I mean it doesn't change shit, so that's gonna be the same. Uh, interesting, interesting choice. Weird definition in between these two things, but not bad. Um, the micro icons in the different colors is really cool, so that you know exactly that you have something that is related to a specific topic with a specific color. So that makes sense. I like it. The issue that I have is this section. I feel like you might benefit from having this thing centered, obviously. Um, and then the feed itself is really good. I like the sidebar. I think it kind of works. You said something. Let me just make sure that I'm not reading wrong. Um, year, month, and day are all dummy. I see. Eh, same thing nonetheless. Um, if you, I mean, if we think about it for 1 second, you basically need to center this to the left side, and therefore you have so much white space on the side that you will probably end up bringing back some of the sidebar, like second sidebar. Um, and then you end up with exactly what you currently have. So I don't know if it's useful, but the design wise is pretty nice. I think it's just a matter of typography and iconography, the thing that you have selected, that have been selected for you on Lovable, um, is something. But then I wish these were working, but it's not the case. So sad. This is cute. I like that. Uh, I don't necessarily like the design of it because I know how unpredictable it's gonna be, but it's cute. I like it. Um, but yeah, what are you thought on the date meta at the bottom of every page? Like that? Or of every card? I don't know. That's cute. That's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Um, however, however, as always, um, is it Hmm. Fuck. Does it make sense? Um, does it make sense on a personal website to have all of these informations displayed and showcased? I don't know. Um, I don't know, but I do like these cards. I like the charts on the calendar. I think that's a good thing. It's a good overview. You have like all of your content, so that makes sense to me. Um, and I know you said earlier that year is also something. Mm. So I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say one thing. Really easy to see. This is a 2025 end of year, 2026 beginning of year uh, AI design for sure. So yeah. Gaurav, hi, welcome on YouTube. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? If you want to chat about how to start streaming, we can do over that or go over that today if you're interested. I hope you're good. I am pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always. I had to speak French for 9 hours on Wednesday, which is really bad, but that happens. But what can So that font is now used almost everywhere, almost by everyone, because it is the sub default of the new um, design skills that is used by all of these new AIs. So all of the people that are using these things, the skill.md that contain that is a thing. So Steffi, hi, what in? How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? I mean, the day, I don't know what time it is for you. The night? Um, the morning? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's that's what I was looking at. I didn't know if you were on which side you were because I know you're on both sides. Um, so yeah, so that font, that Playfair, whatever, is currently overused, and I'm already kind of seeing that all the new people that are using it are just like AI generated templates. So that's a very interesting thing, which means that I need to change mine. But for the time being, like that's one of the tail that I have. Other than that, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, Other than that, you know, um, yeah, we can do that later. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Design is good. I feel like if you center it, it might make a bit more sense, at least for me. The cards themselves, like the presentation for each of the entries of your timeline, is really nice. I would probably say like it's fine. The data underneath is fine. The presentation is okay. Like I do understand what's happening, how it's working. Um, there might be stuff that you want to do in a potentially different way, but I don't know exactly how. Not yet, at least. The different way that I'm talking about is the severance is kind of empty. Like you don't really know what happened. If it's an episode, maybe you can have the thumbnail of the episode instead of the poster, if that's an option. Um, like you have that for movies right here, but that's like it's a bit complicated to understand exactly what happened here. But then it might be interesting as well to see that okay, you've watched this on the 24th, and maybe you've done other things obviously on the same day. So maybe this is something that is like an aggregate of the day. I'm obviously thinking about like how Orb is doing something, which I don't know if I have right. Hmm, maybe Serbo? Yeah. This thing could be interesting. Like that's not exactly true because I didn't really do anything on what we have. But Serbo, when you have like a ton of subscription, you have a lot of teeny tiny blobs that are related to your subscriptions. And so you could have something that is like a day by day recap on the feed rather than an activity by activity on the feed. So having something that is, uh, I'm going to do something bad, but whatever. Maybe you have your entry that is like your main data, and then you have on that day you've watched a movie, and you started like an episode of something, and then uh you had a coffee like early in the morning in around here, and maybe you had like a croissant. uh so it's linked to the food that you had. Maybe there was like another thing that is somewhere around here, but you have like a blob of on this day this happened. And sorry, this happened, and potentially you have stuff like underneath for your regular data that is just text base. Sorry, not that. That you know, some text underneath that is a bit more interesting than just the basic format. But at the end of the day, it is a bit more complicated to create something like this because it is unpredictable. If for some reason you decided to have many things that you have watched on the same day, maybe you end up with something that looks like this, and that's not necessarily good, right? So I don't know. I don't know, but why not? Uh, I think overall it is a potential thing that you know it. God damn it, Genie, work on it. It's like a very easy thing. Fuck. Right, maybe you have something like this of everything that you have watched on a given day. If you have like more than one or whatever, as a stack, that could be an option. But then again, like it really depends. There is a ton of things that you can do, and just to make the thing a bit more interesting. But then again, the presentation that we have here is limited to the mocked data that you have and that has been created, so we don't have exact true data. If I focus on the design itself, it's good. I like the icons, I like the presentation, I like the titles and the placements. I would just probably still say the same things that we've said last month, 2 months ago, a while ago now, uh, which is depending on the users that will go on this platform, what is the things that they care about. So if I want to know the like the what first, then I have the icon and then the title. That makes sense. If I want to know the when first, then my date is at the bottom. So maybe you need to put the date at the top. So all of that are stuff that would make more or less sense. And if you go in, I don't think I will have this here. Um, I guess calendar app is going to be a pretty good option. Let me see if I can find one that is very similar to what I have in my head. Shit like this. Godwin, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? When you have like the full ass, big ass date that says this is when that happens, and then here is everything that you have planned, or here is everything that has happened on that day, is something that would make maybe a bit more sense. So instead of having your icons being that big, maybe you have the date. So you probably have seen that. I should have used Figma in the first place, but let's say you have Friday here. It is currently the 27th, and we are both using the Playfair fact that 32. Yeah, 32 is fine. Very bad what I just did, but you know, forget about it. Nothing happened. Uh, if you had some sort of a card on the side that is one of these things the um, with the regular 10% small, I said, small corner radius, and then like a bit of a border. I'm going to use a 0.2 for there. Um, there is a lot of need for a lot more spacing. So, you know, something like this on the side of the timeline instead of the icon, or maybe with the icon incorporated within it, as this is part of the day. Um, like that's the thing. Uh, I appreciate it, G. Appreciate it. So that's one of the thing that I've seen. If you think of it, I guess retro uh, is the one that I have in mind. And I don't know if you use retro, but oh damn, that looks like that's so good. I did check that. Um, it has a very similar in my head. Obviously, I haven't used it in a while because I don't take pictures that much nowadays. Where you at? There. Uh, but you're supposed to have like your weeks, your whatever when you took like pictures and so on. So it made a lot more sense. It's kind of same font, a bit of a serif-ish font that could work. That thing in the background is so cute. I'm impressed. I'm really happy with this thing. God damn, that looks good. Anyways, so that could be something, but then again, as mentioned, you would have a lot more activity per day than what you currently have in the mock data. So right now it looks like 27 is here, 27 is there, 27 there. Like all of these are tied together. I mean, almost all of them are tied together, but then underneath, like that's the 26, that's the you had earlier something that was like very much as if you just did this on the 25th, just that on the 24th, and just that on the 22nd. Like the sporadic value here doesn't help. Nonetheless, having like a condensed version would be a bit more making sense for me. That's basically your day. Like you have the starting point here, so that's fine by me. Nonetheless, design is good, layout is good. I would love like this is good for a divider, as this is the date, this is the start of the day, that's the date for today, and here is everything I've done. Um, your day presentation is really good for like everything that happened during that day compared to your uh, initial landing page, at least for me. So yeah, and then this is good. Um, you could get something a bit more structural when it comes to that's sorry, my brain made the connection again. More aligned in terms of typography as well for the numbers here because you're using, at least Lovable is using that font for everything, so I would use that font as well inside of the calendar itself. And what it reminded me of, obviously, is my own apps. God damn. Um, so if I did this on this one, like that kind of card with the date on the edge and then the note on the side based on what happened for the day, that kind of makes sense for me, obviously. Um, but you know, it, it's a bit of a simple format for what you want. I've done, again, like going back to me working on this thing, I've done so much research and analysis on the physical paper-based uh cats, sorry, physical paper-based uh, kind of journaling and so on, that it influenced me a bit. Um, and you might want to get something similar. I don't know. Because it is something that happened like on that day that happened. And like a design like this is a lot more, I think, aligned and personal than design like this. But I get it, but it's complicated. Like you're not taking notes. You're basically doing check-ins and not journaling what happens. So it doesn't need to be personal, but it is still personal. Um, so I don't know. But I do still feel like this as a concept or as a regular behavior of saying I have my icon that is like a 48 by 48 blob on this side, and then I have my title, which is currently like something like this. If you just did um, that, not even like smaller, but like just something like this, where you have your title and then you have like the date and the time and the place underneath as something that is probably a bit like less important, would make a lot more sense. And you kind of already you have the less important thing, and you can just place it at the top. So that, again, this is based on who's using the app and what's the most important thing. For me, it's what, when, and where, usually. So, what, I have the icon and the title, and then when, I have the date. So, right now, my read pattern is top, bottom, center, when I should be doing top, center, and that's it. I mean, top, center, next. So if I have like top, time, center, I have the data, next, makes a lot more sense. But then again, this is a very personal thing. You might not have the same mental pattern, and that's fine. Nothing against it. Nothing against it. But yeah, no, your day thing is good. Your month thing is really good. I just don't like this, and I don't really know how I can fix it, and I don't think I would be able to on my own. Like that section is just like your max width at 1,000 needs to be the same as your max width here of 680. So like they like that makes more sense for me. Even if it's a bit on the side, and then you just have to offset it by the amount that needs to be like the icon itself. Um, it looks more centered, even if it has like so much white space on both sides. And specifically, like if you're on a very, very, very big screen, um, I kind of don't mind. Specifically because you don't see it that long. Like if you load the site and then you're like, okay, cool, I read that, and then I'm out. I don't see it. But just for that split second, maybe. Um, but yeah, no, that's the only thing that you could potentially do to just push it a tad on the edge, align with the content, or make the icons be like floating punctuations, so they are outside of the containers. But yeah, like that's the only thing that I could potentially say need a change. Other than that, the simplicity is good. The color scheme is good. It's simple. I would still have like a dark mode, light mode switch. Mm. But yeah, I think I'm making the title be offsets on blog post pages like the intro. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, for me, it's mainly the center column that has a bit of an issue with the content. I would rather have, this is a me thing. Listen to me if that speaks to you. Otherwise, fuck me. Like important. Um, but when I'm looking at this, all I see is wasted space for things that could be presented differently. And that's one place where Stony can chime in and say, see, I told you in a second when I say something. Um, but if you had this as a like this is the date of whatever, and then you have something where you have like, oh, I had a coffee, that's the card for the coffee, and then I had a movie, and then I had a run, then I had a dinner with my mom and something, and then that's the next day. And that would be a carousel like of event, because what I'm seeing here on that calorie stuff is that this entire shit is empty. Like it's all of that is not data that I like see or would use or whatever. And so if we just add uh, a um, max width of, I don't know, that would be 120, 140, I guess. Um, on this, which obviously is not gonna work because that is not gonna work. Um, but something that would be a bit tighter per card would make a lot more sense. Like if you had something like, here are my calories for the day, and you have a card for the breakfast, a card for the lunch, and a card for the dinner next to each other instead of stacked vertically here, that would make a lot more sense for me in terms of what I would like to see. And basically you would end up with an horizontal version of this, where it you have all of your cards, and then you can just expand to read if necessary, but that's it. But yes, I agree with you. They would be a bit tricky because they have different height and different width and so on. But so are these. Like depending on how much I want to write, they're gonna take like more or less space, and that feels a bit better. Um, but yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a matter of um, me looking at this and being like, I see what you're trying to do. Is this, sorry, let me just check. There. Okay, so that's the thing. That's the entire thing. This is the first one. Maybe if it started with an image for me, it would be easier to really understand and see that this is fine. It might just be the calorie thing that needs a bit rework. Because the others is fine. Like this one is just pissing me off based on the wasted space. This thing could be twice as big and still be good. Yeah, I guess it's the first one that pissed me off. But you have enough width on this whole like amount of space right there to potentially put things side by side, um, to make it like a bit more digestible for yourself, but also for people that are visiting. You could indeed have some exclusion of, yeah, well, these calorie things are not necessarily good. I do like what you have on the day. Um, nope, on the months. I like this. Like if you had I mean, if you had these cards as small card per day, like if that was one of the day, and then if the user click on it, it expands. I'm shilling my own stuff for so many reasons. But if you were here and you click on the card and it does this, and then you have the content, and then people can just close it back up. That makes more sense to me. So basically the same thing as this, where it goes somewhere, but you just have, here is everything that happens for me for that day. And it's on a timeline based because it takes enough width. I mean, here it doesn't, but you know. But maybe I'm wrong, and that's fine as well. Um, I don't know. It feels like a potentially easy thing to do, but just that one pissed me off. The others are good. The offset is fine. I would like really recommend the hanging punctuations compared to anything else because that's like, I don't remember if that will work. Let me just go back to automatic on this and put that at 48 so that we see something. Do I have a block of 5 sentences? It's gonna be fine. And then let's do a width for this at, I don't know, 420. As always, the usual. If this was a regular punctuation based system and that create the push at the beginning, when you change your punctuation system to be hanging punctuations, you just end up here, and therefore your icons would be outside of the container, technically speaking, but still included inside of the system. So that makes a lot more sense to me. And I would do that as well for your icons, just for the sake of readability and ease of understanding. Everything in the center is going to be in the same column, and then your icons are a bit offsetted. Same thing for the date, same thing for like everything that is unrelated to the main content is negative their width. So that would just push that. I wish I had the skills. I don't. I wish I had the skills to say that this has like a negative padding left, I guess, and that's minus, I guess. What's the size of this? 48? No. Let's do minus 48 pixel. Can that work? That doesn't work. Doesn't work. Why? We don't know why it doesn't work. Because it's a width, full width, 100%. Yeah? Yeah, it's probably the case. That's yeah. Much better. And was 48 true? 40. Yeah, so 48 with the spacing in between the two, because you're probably at 12 of spacing in between these two things. 8 to 12, so 48 is pretty good. But yeah, that gives me the proper width, and it matches everything, and just these things are gonna hang on the side. That feels like a better option for me. But thank you for the bad margin. I always forget that margin is the outside and padding is the inside. But yeah, like that's a small thing that would therefore kind of break the pattern here as well. So you would end up with in the article itself. I should have copy pasted that. I made a mistake. Wrong one. Bitch. Did I really? Like that, even there, I should be at 50. Um, but that's a line with the title with the things, and therefore when I'm scrolling, these are on the side. That feels more natural to me. But then again, that amount of space is pissing me off. Like a per section breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack as a carousel might make more sense. But then again, it's a matter of per card style or per card styling, which I don't know who's doing that, but I'm doing that a lot. Of per card styling to make sure that it works. So some of them are really different than others, and most of them are the same for many reasons and reusability and so on. So for you, it will be the exact same thing. But when you have like a calorie specific, maybe you have a card that is very specific. When you have an image specific, maybe you have like one of these carousel things. Uh, that that makes more sense. That might be a bit too complex for what it is, but it's some options. Nonetheless, I feel like the design is pretty good. There is some tweaks here and there to be changed. And then depending on where you stand with looking like everyone else when it comes to your website, maybe change the font, which I know I use the same font, but like uh, based on the fact that this is, as far as I know, instrument like everyone else. Like I mean, like everyone else. Like this is from 2024, and that font was already starting to be kind of popular. And now, because as I said, the new skill.md file is using these fonts instead of Inter and so on, you end up everywhere with the exact same font. So finding something that is more you is a complicated task, and I agree with that. It's going to take you a bit of time to figure out exactly what is more you and more aligned with what you like to see in terms of design. But that's a fine thing. Nonetheless, here, because I kind of touched on it, but not really, the streak and the data right there is a very interesting thing that I feel like might be competing with your current day data at the top. So I don't know if these two can't be like a combined thing, but yeah. Um, yeah, no more data the better, but still, mm, I think for me it's the presentation most likely. Um, like you probably have taken a picture of your breakfast, your lunch, or your dinner, and if you had like the picture next to it or inside of it, that would make a lot more sense. Um, so it's it's interesting. Like that section, same ID, right? It is. It is. I agree with that. macOS is really glitching with everything transparent. That's really sad. I'm happy you can't see the glitch most of the times, but goddamn. Um, but yeah, like that data is interesting and, you know, hardly necessary nonetheless for you to showcase. So it it is hard. But then again, you can have like things that are more aligned with what you are trying to do. Um, I'm gonna bring that back. I'm bringing it back every time, but uh, that seems to load a bit longer than usual. Maybe there is a change. No, cool. That carries website is kind of uh, the vibe that I feel like you are going for, even though there is a bit of an accessibility issue with the top section, for many reasons. But that, like, paper in the background, calendar right here, the phone that is here with some data that is not necessarily like interactable or interactive, it might still showcase some data that you would like. There is the coffee stain because on that day they had a coffee, for example. Some articles that they have read or watched or things is interesting on the quirky sides, not necessarily like a very aligned with what you currently have. And in the pictures, same thing with the webby tape and so on. It's an interesting stuff. Again, doesn't mean that it's good, but it's a quirky, more interesting than regular website, and we are talking about it almost every week because it just it makes sense. It, you know, as a reference, it makes a lot of sense. On Dribble, you will find a ton of things that are like very much uh, creative and conceptual. I like this as a simple concept for the day. Like this is a very cool, very me slash of design, but doesn't mean or need to be exactly yours either. Like you might be more of a like this type of thing, which I am as well, but you know, it depends. But yeah, that side uh, number plus date, Wednesday, February the 21st, makes a lot of sense for me as a side thing, essentially on top of each other, just to create a bit more creative layout than what you currently have. Um, but yeah, this is cute as fuck. It's cute. A lot of people are doing that kind of side section. Uh, in terms of font, because obviously you're gonna have to. Um, Font share is going to be font share dot something. No dot, which you probably have heard of before. It's a very simple website, but it has a ton of fonts, 100 right now. And these are viable fonts most of the time. Some of them are not, but like you can still have a lot more fun with how granular things are, and therefore you could end up with some of the animations that I talked about last week that are that's gonna be a lot of scroll for this. The Xiaomi, did I save it? I feel like I may have saved it. I did. Like that one. Bitch, just load. No, you don't want to just load. That's a fun interaction. It doesn't mean that it's good, but it's a fun interaction. Of just using viable fonts from the Xiaomi watch, and you know, it highlights the time of day really big, and then 56 is like we are close to 8 already, so we are going to rotate through, and then obviously we don't have like the full rotation, but it's a fun stuff. So that's something that you can do with all of these fonts. So I mean, not all of them, but like a lot of them. And you may find things like the Stardom or the one that I like a lot, the Bespoke are good. But can I find it? Can I find it? I forgot the name. Um, Brittany is good. I'm not gonna find it. Dang it. uh, I guess I could use this one as well, but it's fine. Um, we're not finding it. Some of the bespoke version variations are really interesting because their serif versions are not full serif. But yeah, maybe you like Britney a lot. I like Britney a lot, and it's a very cute font overall. It has a lot of character and perspective when it comes to it. You can just change stuff. It's free. It's usable. I forgot exactly where it's coming from. Like it's not a Google font, but it is available and you can just use it. So we like it. What? Like Tanker is nice if you want to replace the vast Neuer font that or everyone is using. So um, that's the thing that I like. I will refresh in a second. I mean, yeah, that's not the one I was looking for, but it's fine. Maybe they removed it, by the way. That might be the case. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a weird placement, but I get it. Weird placement for me because I would my reading is roughly this section. Not really a lot more specifically because of how data heavy the things are. So the fact that the date is on the other side is probably something that I will never check. But yeah. Um, mm, yeah, because you have them a bit too close together. But yeah, I get it. I get it. I like that. I like that alignment because once you're past the the start, your brain is like, oh, okay, so my width is now this for thing, which was already the case, but now the column itself is centered in the view. Like the amount of space that I have on this side and on this side is equal, whereas to before we had the amount of space from the icon to the side and from this to this side, which was a bit offsetting the content. Nonetheless, it works. um, but yeah, I would personally have the view on Strava where you have the date, and I would have the date underneath the title. Um, which I agree with you, it would kind of come in conflict with these based on the fact that the calories, the card items is giving you the amount of calories as a title compared to the others that are like, I want to place and then date. Um, so here it would be like calorie amount, date, and then calorie composition, which makes no sense. So I get it. I get it for this one. There might be like a reorganization, but as I said, like I feel like the calorie section needs to be reorganized in the rendering. Um, Something like Alma might be a good reference for you. Do I have... I don't think I will have anything, to be honest, on this, because I haven't stored anything ever. Um, I mean, I have once, and therefore that's not gonna help. I don't know. Yeah, I did that here, I think. Um, and I don't think I can click on the day to get access to. Yeah. Basically, when I downloaded the app, I tried it out and so on. So let me just add a burrito, a regular burrito. You know, like whatever. That might be like the presentation you need as a very simple presentation. Um, you can see how the overall calories are at the top. The presentation is there. Um, Alma is really interesting. It has a very core UI, and I like it a lot. But it's just like it needs to be paid. If you don't pay for it, you don't have a lot of the informations and data that I kind of like about it. But yeah, like that might be something that you like to do if you want to get. It is a dietary thing, so obviously macro based, how much you used, how much you got per day. But that's something that can be placed in different locations. And for you here, you may do the exact same thing with having these stuff around here instead of somewhere else because you don't have like any other information. Or you just define that calorie intake are named daily calories as a title with the date underneath, and then it just push everything down. Could be an option. But yeah, no, nonetheless. The other question that I have now is why do you have so many sidebar pages then? Like, do you really need the stats, the map, the about, and the writing as pages? Like, wouldn't it be easier for you to get everything inside of the timeline itself? And then if it's something that's related to the about, which is basically what you have in your regular timeline right here, well, that's right here when you're opening the site for the first time. And then if it's something that is about the writing, you probably have wrote like a blog or something that is inside of the timeline. Maybe you have like the first 3, 5-ish lines, and then you have a read everything or read more that send you to the blog article readable thing. So I don't know. I don't know if you need that. Um, yeah, isn't your stat then this in a way? Like either this or that as a stat? But then nonetheless, I agree. I mean, it works. It's just like I want to see what's in there because right now it's not in there. But that's the only thing. That's the only reason. I want to see. I want to know what's in there. Why, Uh, why do you show me the page and then there's nothing in it? Um, but no, overall, it's working. It it does its job. Alignment is just debatable at some point. Um, yeah, I I disagree and agree at the same time. So I think Lovable is a very useful tool when you don't have any design skills, and because I do, it pisses me off. Um, so that's something to something to keep in mind. But it's indeed easier to just go through things and get a prototype that basically works. I would rather go with Chef rather than Lovable because backend needs to be thought through in the beginning more than the front end, and most people don't think about it. So um, I think that's the thing. Yeah. Um, Chef is Convex's AI assisted thing, and so basically you write what you want to create, and then you sign in and you send like the prompt and whatever, and it will create the backend that needs to be used in Convex is such a nice backend and database system that I like that a lot. And then once it's done and you have the code for the structure of the data layer and how things are going to be working together for real, the only thing that you need to do is perfect the front end part and the design and so on. So if you have a Cloud Code Max that you're using that is available, that is good, then it's just like, oh, I'm using Convex for the DB. We already have all of that. That's the schema that we need to use, and we just need to port like that design that you have, and then again with the skill.md, you end up with something that is a bit more stable, um, design wise. So yeah, nonetheless. Agreed. So font share is going to be pretty good for you to find a font that is a bit more aligned with what you want to have. Your current direction, I would say, is roughly editorial, uh, more than creative or brutalistic. So a font like this, a serif font, would make a lot more sense, which is good. That's currently what you have. The only potential thing, I'm gonna use Theo's video because that made sense, kinda, if that fucking loads. Um, oh my god. I don't know if Theo's has a fucking 3 in the name. He did one a while ago as the best model for front end. I think that's the one. In the presentation, we have an example somewhere along the line of here, kinda. That's the before the skill.md, and I feel like that's fine. That's a usable thing, but it went with something foresty, which I think is a pretty like you might be interested in that design style, kind of based on the font and so on. But then the foresty one that is the one that I was looking for. This is pretty interesting, but it's a very old style for me. It's a Age of Empire situation. But there is one right here that is very much, I think, the vibe that you wanted to have. The background is a bit more yellow-y, not pure white. The There is a bit of glass. The font is very similar as well, but there is a lot of refined version of the outputs. So that's something that potentially you could try to strive for within Lovable, um, because it works. Not all the times, but it works most of the times specifically for what you are trying to have. Shit like this once here and there, but not most of the times. um, so yeah, like that's a thing. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, I started the system with the skill.md as well to get the base structure, and then I polished a lot of little things on my own, like changing the fact that the font is now green on the highlight. It used to be like a bit of an offsetted, off-white thing, adding some more like accent colors here and there, some transitions, some additional handwritten things in SVG that I made myself, some interactable element and so on. It makes a lot more sense. Roughly lately, what I've been adding and removing is the thing that we call the eyebrow. So above each of the section, you have an eyebrow that is automatically added by AI stuff. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. So what I've been starting to do is like remove them one by one when I can. So for example, here we have something that is very similar again. The light mode is really neat because of the background effect, but they used to have an eyebrow here, 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 here. And so now I just kept them inside of some of the sections because they make a lot more sense. But yeah, that's the thing. This is pissing me off every time. That is too tight of a button. Anyways, I was working on this today. That took me so long for no reason. It was not supposed to take that long, but it took me like roughly 2.5 hours to figure out exactly how this would work. Anyways, overall good. Going back to what I said, overall, really good. There is like polishing that needs to happen for like the charts because right now this is an SVG and I can tell, and it's really bad. And I would say you can either contain everything in the same container in the center, including that section, or expand everything, like to be wider when necessary. Like I'm sure that if you had something that is full width, most people don't use arc, so most people. Yes, yes, sadly buffering. No, no reasons. Nothing happens. You saw nothing. Um, everything is fine. Everything is fine. This thing is just broken half of the time. Half of the time. It's just it's the 30 minutes to 40 minutes mark of the stream. It crashes. It happens. It happens. But yeah, no, because you probably missed that point. I'm sure that if you are in full width right here, you have the ability to get like breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snack on the same line. And same thing for the others. Like you can have a better presentation. I know how potentially more complex this would be, but Denny that was here that is probably lurking at that time, and I don't know where we did that. Where did we do that though? Was it on the band page? Maybe? Let me check. If it's not, it's going to be on the can page. And I'm going to see that. Yep. It's somewhere around here. Nope. That's crazy. Maybe? Yes. Doing something like the inverted of this could be interesting as well. So basically you get your map, and instead of having it like on like it is right now, instead of this, you get like this container. Let me just do that because that's going to be an option. and then that, and you get a coffee because that's what you had, just with one E, just one E. And then that is gonna have um, one of these. One of these? Yeah, one of these. Nah, one of these. I don't know, maybe. But basically one of these, where it's gonna be used as a mask, and that mask is gonna be somehow radial. Goes from here to here, you know. uh, not that. God damn. Figma is so broken lately. I'm just not happy with it. But something like this could be an interesting potential whatever to have like your map for the location and so on. This is a lot more, it needs to be a lot more complex than this, but it's an option. And or you can do the opposite of the card stack on top of the map, and you know, that works as well. Well, I don't know if we have like the other ones, we don't. Um, but yeah, it's a way of for you to get like a bit more creative with the presentation. I feel like we've seen together from your previous website how that could work for the output, and you know, it's an option. It's an option. I just like, God damn. I think right now, when you look at some of the things that are on Twitter for like shit like this, you want some shit like this? Yeah. Uh, there is a lot of people that are creating these. What did I say earlier? That's the only thing the designer or care about. Like that's the fucking God damn. Um, a lot of designers are creating some stuff that are subscription trackers. Yeah, that took a while for me to say. And they are all doing basically the same thing with the calendar that has the bubbles of the subscription questions per day on wherever. So that is something that I feel like would be interesting to have. Um, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's just ensuring that you have like exactly the right data at the right place, that it works for you, that it works for your visitors, and so on. But obviously, these are cute ass. These are cute. Uh, like you can't necessarily do that in terms of the UI because that might be a bit too complex at times. Why not? Like here and there, just one of the cards being kind of crazy and good looking. I don't know. A small button somewhere, just in the app for no reason, no reason whatsoever. The way that they have created it is pretty interesting as well, and I'm pretty impressed that I didn't think about it in the first run of that. This is so simple that it's just this. Um, that's your track, and then your button itself is just that. And in order to make it proper and work, it's a gradient that is the opposite. So, so this is pure white. And then when it's gonna rotate, the only thing that it needs to do is this, and that needs to be a bit darker than before because this is highlighted. So it's just gonna go down somewhere along the line of this because it's just rotated, and then it's a matter of making sure that that inner gradient is a bit of a proper vertical like that. Or I mean, technically for this one it's probably like this. And that's about it. That like it pissed me off that I didn't think about it, but that's roughly what it is, um, and it works. I like these ones a lot. These are the work louder keycaps, roughly, or the MX master keys as well. They're very simple to do, very cute, and they work in both modes. The light mode is pretty neat as well. Anyways, I'm not finding the thing that I was talking about a second ago, and I know I liked one of the posts, but it's been so long that probably not gonna find it if I'm just going into my likes. So another day. But yeah, like that's a thing that you could do for you to get like a bit more interesting interfaces here and there. Overall, you did good. Congrats. It's a good start. I think it's a good yeah. It's a good update. It's a good update. I don't have the link anymore. I do have the link anymore. Cool. Yeah, that works. That's a very cute thing. That stands out so much more. And it didn't like it's not such a massive change that you don't know what happened and you don't understand what can happen and so on. It's just like, okay, I get it. The map is here, and the map is just like as something that is how do you say that? An aid? No. Supporting information. It's not the main information. The main information is the picture that you took. And the map is important, but it's not that important because you have everything that you need to know around here. It's just like, oh yeah, that's a supporting data that is useful. And it just works. It's just work. I mean, for me, this is really good. This is really good. I would have again. That's a me thing. Don't worry about it. I am a sucker for randoms. So these have random rotations. These have random rotations that I don't control. It's with an array of -8 to 8. And you never have like this thing that becomes repetitive. If you are doing a ton of things that are location based, you will have the exact same layout every time. Whereas here, it's not much. Some of them are really similar in terms of how much rotation they have, but they are not exactly the same. So it looks more organic and more natural, as if I put a sticker somewhere, and that makes sense. The only one that is always the same is going to be around here, because like that's the card with the presentation, and usually you have like 1 to 3 cards as a regular thing, and that makes sense. If I go there, they're all with the exact same thing, because same card. But for this one, just kind of randomized the rotations, and yeah, for me it makes sense. Specifically inside, like these cards being like. It's a lot of performance issues, though. Don't. The fact that it needs to calculate every time based on what I've done, and that every time that the view is re-rendered, the everything is just moving around is a bit of a performance bottleneck, but it's fine. Yeah, this is cute. This is really good. I like that a lot, personally speaking. And you can play with that as well. Like if that's your current, like let's say that your map is, um, let's do that for now. Let's say that your map is here and that your container with your title and your subtitle and so on is going to be like that wide. That's the title. You don't necessarily need to have your image to be exactly like that width. You could potentially do something like this and something like that with the map to be a bit on the side and still have like a not so big image preview or not so big map thing or not so square map thing if you wanted to make it like a bit smaller here and there. Like that's also an option. You can play with. Like it's not always all the time that same width. But yeah. Yeah. Again, randomization and like undefined uh as in calculated on load is going to take on your performance and tank a bit of your users loading time, which is not good. Which is not good, but it looks good as an output. Like having these being randomized angles with an alternative thing so that you know that this one is going to be at -8 and this one as well, and this one is going to be at 8 because it's like opposite kind of thing makes sense. But yeah, like there is a lot of fail-safe that needs to happen if you want to do variations and randomize variation per layout, because you end up with, usually, sometimes, you will end up with layout number one followed by layout number one followed by layout number one, and then you don't understand why it's not like randomized. It is, it's just like how things are. So you need to know that in your randomization, the next one cannot be the previous one. So basically you do a cycle, and then when you do cycle, you will always end up with layout one followed by two followed by three. So there is a random that is needed. It's a bit of a mess, and it's not great performance-wise, again. But you know, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But that's cute. Not gonna lie, this is really nice. I like the ID. I like the simplicity, and it should do the work of making this feel more at home. Same thing here, which we didn't really, talk about. But um, God damn it, things like this as in header images, which is basically what you have here. The current trend is to have them a bit bigger, as you saw a second ago, and then have them with a bit of an angle as well. So randomized angle and on hover animation with kind of scale changes and potentially some overlays are like a bit of the norm right now and the trends. But yeah, making it fun is the important part. I agree with that. I agree with that. Like here, try to get the trigger. Yeah, fun like this. Fun like this. This was a pain in the ass, by the way. It's a small tangent on the thing. When we raided John 2 weeks ago, and he played with this, and he deleted all of the cards. When he reached that section, he didn't have any cards, so he didn't know what to do. So now, after that raid, I just made sure that if you delete everything, they just pop back up after a time. But then I also made sure that if you are here, these cards are not interactable. You can't do anything with them unless they're right here on their slot. So basically a second before, not happening, second after, happening. So when you are here, nothing can be interacted with just yet. And then you scroll down, they move, you see how they go, and then because you just saw that, you hover stuff, and then you see, oh, I can do shit with it. So that's a bit of a fun stuff. Cookie, hi, welcome in. It's also like kind of broken, obviously, if you scroll back up, but you know, fun stuff. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself, and thank you for sharing the link. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. As always, I want to see the updates. How are you, Cookie? How have you been? It's been, I mean, you haven't been here in like a month or two or three. No, that's not true. You've been here like last week, but I feel like the previous one was a bit further out. A bit further out. Anyways, so going back to the official thing that we're supposed to talk about for today. These have been updated, so that has been a bit updated, not really good, but a bit updated. The system is better now with a true navigation with the table. I still have that header, which I need to fix. And in the component section, I wish I could like fix these fucking flashes every time I'm changing pages, because goddamn. That is pretty good for, you know, like where we are. I'm using the true components so that it works. I mean, not exactly, but like most of them are the true components so that they behave as they are supposed to. That is not supposed to break like this. That's crazy. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Sorry. That was not the size. So yeah, this is fun. It works. Most of it works. And most of the previews underneath for the anatomy is working. So I'm pretty happy with that. I introduced yesterday, the CLI package, the Mom Basic and the Mom Pro CLI packages as a starting point for me to figure out exactly how to do so. As I said, this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass for me to get the license key that you have when you bought it. In the way, I need to figure out how Lemon Squeezy is providing them. If I can, that's gonna be fine. But if I can't, I don't know. But at least we have that. The most important thing is just I don't know how the CLI can have like a validate license key thing. So that's it's a more complex thing to have. But you would have the npm install mom as a thing. So yeah. I'm pretty fine. I'm a bit tired. I have a fat ass headache, and the medicine doesn't help. So that that's gonna be kind of wild. Yeah, but I mean, I know that we have the license keys on Lemon Squeezy somewhere, that there is an option to validate through, like a cross-validate thing, which is probably gonna happen as well. But yeah, it's Gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. But yes, and I need to figure out how to do all that. What do you need me for? You said time to steal me. What you need? Where you at? Blech. uh, I hate this, and I don't like this, but that's fine. Um, Let me check. Let me check. Hmm. You know, I'm a big fan of contextual um, presentations, so I would highly recommend that the settings look roughly similar to how it will look at the end. Even though, again, I feel like maybe your settings could be inside off for the people that have access, but I guess, and I know that you don't like that, so um, you know, like that's a side thing. Nonetheless, let me just forward this thing to see, and then uh, let's just take that as a reference for us right here. So I think if we go in, I guess in my desktop layout, that's gonna be the place to be for this experiment. If you have something like this, yeah, inside of your settings. So I'm gonna mock it up really quickly, and then and we'll see what we can do. If we say that your content that is this like presented is only going to be specifically in the settings, only going to be your title and then your subtitle, description, whatever. So make that a bit smaller, right here. So you have these two elements, these two input fields, kind of right there, right? And then you want to have the logo. So based on where we have the logo, which is not the case right here, but I'm guessing the logo is probably going to be somewhere around here. So I would have like a drop zone for the logo, and then a drop zone for the poster itself. Like, what do you want the poster to be? How do you want the poster to be when it's like in the different orientation? Has two different drop zones that I just load the entire thing. And these two things would have like just the presentation and that's it. So it would be a bit more interesting. And then the rest doesn't exist basically. You don't have any other information, so that there is no need for other things. Because I wouldn't um like, yeah, that? Hmm. So I don't know where the logo is going to be placed. That's the first thing that I don't know. Oh, and your backdrop is your backdrop, as in backdrop. That's a wild glass effect for you. What is that? What what is that? Where's that coming from? Um, I mean, that's your backdrop. You have a backdrop, which I didn't count on. Um, which you don't really showcase here. Maybe because it just doesn't load right now. Fair point. Fair point. uh, I guess. I mean, that's not really a page we have. That's not really a page we have. We don't really have the backdrop thing. What is roughly that? I don't know. That could work. Uh, I guess it's in the placement, but then that wouldn't. I mean, that would need to push the main design, but it's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. So I take that as a base, and I say that this is we don't have any of these, right? That go the fuck away, right there, far away, and then we would have none of that. Have none of that because we have the title and the description as two input fields that I think would need to be above. That's like fine. Goddamn. And then here, let's put a 16 on that. And so I would have a fill somewhere around here at probably 10% with a bit of corner radius, obviously, a bit of stroke as well, with something at probably 20% with a 2 and centered, and that would be dashed 8 round caps, something like this, with your drop zone for the logo that probably would start kind of MTE. So somehow like that. Knowing me, not you, not that. You know, for no reason. No reasons. That makes sense. Let's do a 16 so that they have like a bit more stuff. And just make it a bit lighter. That's fine. And then here, that's the thing that I'm not sure, but like not the biggest fan of. It's gonna be in my components. Do I have? I don't. Jerome, hi, welcome in. How's the day going? I can feel it. I could feel it. I wanted to bump, but no. Um, Appreciate it. God damn, so close. Let's use that for now. It's gonna be fine. I mean, I could use this one instead, but it's okay. It doesn't really change anything. It doesn't really matter. So, fuck. Sorry, I just copied instead of pasted. Dumbass. Let's do that. Instead, let's make sure that this has 16 as well. And then we want this thing to be probably a tad bigger than this, but that's fine. So let's get this yay big and then duplicate it. Make sure that these two are together horizontally. And then that one is gonna be, it's supposed to be like that, but I'm lazy. 271, 406. To be equal. Is not TV show for both of these. And so that same thing, same concept for me. I would say the background and the selection that we have right here would be somehow something like my accent 4 because transparency, and then on top of that we just add the stroke to be dashed 16 or dashed 8 because we are lower. What do you mean I can't do that? My bad. What do you mean I can't do that? I don't want a dynamic thing. I want a dashed thing. That makes no sense. Why can't I get the fucking thing? Oh my god. I'm gonna kill some people. Yeah. Alright. Cool. I don't know why this one just doesn't want to cooperate, but fine. I guess. I don't need a dynamic thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. 20 for both. And yeah, I would do something along the line of this with inputs within the settings, and then the only one that I removed and I shouldn't have is the button that needs to go on the top above this to get the change backdrop, so that basically the user can see exactly how it looks right away. So they would see like, oh, the logo is going to be here, and that makes sense. The backdrop is going to look like this, and that makes sense. And then the preview, even though that's not exactly where it is, the poster is going to look either like this or like this, depending on how much orientation has changed. That's the only thing that I'm unsure about. And also you don't have the logo right now, so I don't know exactly how to do this without making it look like kind of weird. But that's I would say that's what I have in mind. My bad. Um, I mean, you do have the logo within the within the data, so that's why I'm like, huh? I don't know. It's gonna be bad. Yep. God damn it. Like you have it here. That's why I don't know where it's presented, and I don't think you have a place to present it, but it's there. Um, but yeah, if you did at some point have the logo, I would place it here to get this to be like more logical based on how we want things to be. But that's a wild move. That's a oh yeah, that's the move in question. I see. Um, yeah, if that's your current like behavior, I would probably do that. Um, Obviously with these things being black instead of white, and probably not like background blurred because that makes no sense to you, nor does it make any sense to me. Probably going to be something like an 88% transparency. Same thing on this one for, um, just going to use black for now. For the effects, you know, mm-hmm. Uh, you know, but that would make sense. That would kind of make sense. You just miss one thing, which is your button, which I had right here and I didn't see. No, not that. My bad. Why is this? Oh, because of that. Guilty. My mistake. Again. That's my bad. Um. mm. uh. I don't know. Yeah, Space, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I mean, clear current image makes absolutely no sense. It's just clear. Really? Hmm. Um. Well, that's good news. like to again, Stony, that's a very me thing, and as I said, uh, like it makes sense to me, but if it doesn't make sense to you, you need to rethink it. Um, but that system of in place situation is something that has always made a lot of sense to me. Of saying, well, this is exactly where the thing is going to be, so I'm just going to recreate the page um, where it how it needs to behave so that the user can see exactly how it looks without having to experience this. So you end up there, and then you have like the view, which is basically what we had or what I made you do in the preferences here. Like that's the simplified version of how it looks, and I wanted to make sure that if the user wanted to see how the backdrop would look, if it's like horizontal or vertical, this thing is behaving and changing accordingly, and therefore they kind of see like, okay, so I can imagine how it looks and how it will look, because I can see that. And then if I'm changing like my accent color, it changes here. So I get it. I see what will be impacted, and I understand what I'm gonna see. So when I'm here, I don't fucking know what happens, and I don't fucking know how it will look. And even if I'm there, I don't really know. Um, the only way for me to know exactly how the things is going to look is going to be going back into the library and then figuring out that, oh, the poster is not the thing that I thought it was. So having them in a preview like environment where the user can say, well, I need this to be the backdrop, so I can upload the backdrop or clear it if it's not exactly the one that I wanted. Then I can upload the logo itself. There will need to be like the title here, and then presentation uh, in like in special section like poster or backdrop-ish landscape um, posters as a preview. Like that's the type of thing that I would add, do, recommend potentially, just so that it's easier. Goddamn. So that it's easier for everyone to very much understand, how things work. What you decide. I don't know. And same thing, you would need to have like the on hover clear buttons on top of these two things. So if you have them uploaded, you can remove whatever. I don't know. But yeah, you say doesn't. Explain. Go further. Also, yes, 100%. I forgot that. It's not necessarily going to be the easiest thing to put in place, but kind of works. Well, to me, it's the same thing as my um, profile view, right? This is really the common practice, the common behavior when you're looking at a profile setting thing. You have like your cover picture, and therefore you can change it by hovering this thing, and then you hover, you change whatever, then you have all of your informations there. But the reality is, all of this, I don't know where it is on my profile. And so I would rather have the rendering of the profile with the editable things right away in place rather than a secondary place. Um, so yeah, no, it's not dashboard like, but then again, it's the presentation stuff. Because if you want something that is dashboard like, I'm sorry to say, but you already have something and you're kind of good with that. Like that's fine. The only thing that you need to do is have buttons instead of that. So instead of all of these things, which makes absolutely no sense, you just change the previews. I'm gonna kill some people again. Why did you stop? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Um, no. So here, I guess. I guess. Hmm. Goddamn. I knew it. Not exactly what you wanted to have, but like, you know. Um, here, if you just say, let Figma work or not work. So your logo is, let's say that that's your logo. You put it here, and then underneath that you have your poster and backdrop. So you simply make a drop zone for the logo, a drop zone for the poster, and a drop zone for the backdrop, and you're done. The rest is working. The rest is input fields, and like it's fine. There's nothing else to really say. It's just like it's okay. Um, like that's better than this already because you have proper layout and placements. Um, however, however, um, I don't know how you want to manage the posters and backdrops and logos um, provenance, but if you are loading the backdrops from the MovieDB content, same thing for posters and logos, then I don't think an upload makes sense anymore. I feel like um, maybe something that gives you an access to a search bar that is an option, maybe. Something that says, well, you want to have your logo somewhere. Get it from us or upload it. Why am I here? Like no reference whatsoever, but like that, you know, you can either upload the thing, select one from your galleries of thing that you already have, which doesn't exist, or enter the URL directly from the MovieDB if you know what it is. So maybe the gallery is like a search thing for the MovieDB, and you just fetch exactly which one you want based on everything that they have, and based on what they select, then you're good. But that's as a container, I feel like that might be the best option for you on this one instead of that. I don't know. I don't know. Why are you conflicted? That's my question. Um, that's a very, I'm gonna repeat myself, but that's a very dev way of thinking, where you have the name of the file itself. Um, no one cares, you know. And like if I have this, if I change the G, it doesn't change shit. It doesn't allow me to do anything. It's just like, yeah, well, that's not something that I can have access to. Um, but it's I specifically if it's an input field, the fact that I change something like this, it breaks. I makes no sense. So yeah, no, my again best recommendation is something like this with potentially a way for you to go browse the MovieDB existing images so that you know exactly what you can take. But yeah, um, yeah, because you don't have the need for more than this. Like this section is good, and these are drop zone if you want drop zone. If you just want the uploads, if you want the URL based, then it's a bit of a different thing. But I mean, browsing based. Dang. I don't like this because that makes no sense. I mean, it does make sense, but it's a step on top of everything, and I don't know if I want to have a step on top of everything again. Um, that could work. Might be a bit more complex for you, technically speaking. Not as in for you because you don't have the skills, just for you in mm, I'm conflicted with the flow of steps with the MovieDB search because I'm kind of saying if you create a new special, probability of user flow is going to be create new special, enter the name and the description, and then the logo, the poster, and the backdrop, or the poster, the logo, and the backdrop, whichever. But basically, like the images are going to appear to be fetched after at least the name has been selected, because like the user would not know what images to fetch and look for if they don't know exactly which special they are currently building. So if we go with the assumption, which is not good but could work, of name is probably going to be relevant for the content. And so if you look for Marvel Cinematic Universe, it prefetches logos for the MCU, poster for the MCU, and backdrops for the MCU based on the movie DB search queries. And then user can select something out of. Yeah, I know. That's why I said it might be a bit more complex technically than anything else. I mean, basically, that just means that the name is a search bar. And when you like on blur, it's send a fetch. But then you need an overridden search bar there. Or an overriding search bar in order to get the things. I'm not saying like pre-populate as in don't let the users select anything else. I'm just saying in the background we search for something that is using the words. What? But yes. That's a filter. That's December this year. I didn't know. I forgot. I don't think anything else would work though. That's the I mean, let me rephrase that. I don't think you would have the ability to look for the content in question that you're looking for through the search right here based on what we just did. Because right now we don't have like any don't really have anything that can give us, at least on my side of thing, from what I'm seeing, I don't see how we can extract and get the data from the movie DB directly. So you would basically need to either go fetch manually and then paste the link, which I think is a waste of time and it should be automated, or go find the image and upload it on your own, which same thing. I feel like it's a waste of time and it might be not exactly good to work. So I don't know. Something not that great. Something I don't know. um, like the posters and backdrops from this makes a lot of sense. Um, yeah. I don't even know if it makes the most sense though. I think link makes the most sense. Upload doesn't necessarily make the most sense. Um, but it's a lot more complex. If you don't provide an upload option, even though I feel like it doesn't make any sense to get like an upload option. There's something, again, I know this is our regular conversation and debacle every time that we are talking about a very specific features on your side. Uh, I feel like maybe I'm missing some things when it comes to the user flow and how it makes sense in terms of the steps. Like maybe there is something that we could do in order to create the playlist, special playlist thing that is going to help us to create something more automated than what I'm thinking about right now. As in, maybe the steps are what is the name, what's the description, what's the content, and once we have the content, what is the visuals that you want to see? Which means that based on all of the first three, 2.5 steps, you get the ability to extract some data from what is currently inside the playlist section. But again, going back to what I said, this is creating some sort of a step-by-step creation of the specials, which means that you enter your name and overview, followed by the content, followed by the artworks. And because we already have the content that is related to it, we can potentially create like a list of all of the images that we already have from that and present them to the user. Or we know exactly the link to the movie DBs that are related to this, which means that you probably have access to all of the logos that are related to it, the backdrops that are related to it, and so on. But that's a lot of content, specifically for this one. That I don't know. I'm conflicted. Not gonna lie, this is conflicting. Well, it doesn't really make any sense. It should. But yeah. I don't know. God damn. Well. Well. Oh, that seems to be taking a lot more time than specific. Yeah, something's not right here. uh my God. Yeah. I think you should reuse the that page for the specials. I think that's what I said in the first place, by the way. Um, but I think you should reuse this and have, instead of having like the cast, you would have the content. So you would basically have this carousels or this one or not a carousel and just a grid. Um, but have that at the top, meaning that you would have the logo in the right place. Um, and then and then have your titles and so on. Um, I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying that this makes sense for the dashboard section, but at least for the section where this is defined, probably. Um, Again, that was my initial idea for the specials on how to create them, but that's like way too complex for what you're trying to do. And I forgot where it is, but I think I did one of the versions of specials somewhere with all the grids, and then I forgot about it. Probably, probably what happened. Um, but yeah, I don't think it's a good idea now. I think this is going to be too complex on so many level that having a free editor based, like grid based positioning thing is probably not going to work. And I'm saying that after having created this thing, which is basically the same concept, where you can put like your poster here or your episode of a TV show right there. That's like one full TV show. That's a full movie because it's bigger, whatever the fuck you want. A timeline break, some images and so on. But I feel like having this as your view and the ability to add like a movie, a TV show, and maybe an image or some text within the grid, it is feasible. But for you as a local things to just uh, store that information every time, specifically because from what I remember, it's been 3 years, so I don't know if I remember correctly. Your goal was to have these specials to be shareable so that someone else could come to basically your hosted page and see your special page, which uh, that's the part that I'm not sure how to do based on the data. Like you would need to basically host the entirety of the grid um, for each users, which is basically what I'm doing here. So it's not necessarily, but I'm using React Grid. I think it's either this one or another one. Um, but yeah, like that's the. No, I remember, and probably based on the fact that you said you didn't say yes. Shareable as in I could see that. Like I could do that and see the MCU special from Stony and see what you have in there and how you have organized the thing and how you have like a bit more descriptive text here and there that I don't have. Um, like that the type of thing that I thought. But then again, it's been 3.5 years, so it's been a while. But yeah, I think I'm just using React Grid as a base system for the drag and drop. But then again, based on this thing is such a not a lifesaver, but like a time saver when it comes to specifically the fucking MCU to have the ability to just search and paste and have the things done rather than one by one adding because The manual thing is one by one adding, nonetheless. So, not the greatest. I did say that at one point to avoid this. Uh, I think we do have something somewhere. I just don't remember where it is. That's the sad part. I think that's the special collection thing that I had in mind, which is the thing that you currently are using, but I don't have like a background um, like this. So it's a bit of a different issues. Um, there is there is something in there that is wrong. There's something wrong about it. Uh, Fair point. Fair point. Mm. It's just water. So it's fine. I'm just unsure about the current situation of things. Um, water. It's just water. In both ways, by the way. I'm not sure about the presentation of the special and or the collection, or the way to create them, and how easy it would be in the long term. Um, Again, obviously, because I just talked about it and I showcased this, I'm like, yeah, this is something that could 100% happen. Like this design overall for your specials could be exactly what you wanted, because it is simply, this is the poster, this is the name of the special, this is the description. You have everything that you need here. And the only potential additional stuff that you want to do is create or define this as a card that is part of the main grid that is full width, or a max width of 1440 or something. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Whereas this, like let's say that this is my 4x4 block on my 8x8 grid, with that out of the way, saying that this is probably going to be a 16 by something in terms of the amount of stuff. If you have your base card, thank you, by the way, because that makes me think about how I can change the theme here to have this as a card for real instead of what it is right now. Anyways, so you would have something here that would take roughly 6x6 as a card, which contain the poster, the name, the description, and be the only card on that whole thing that has that size. And then everything else on the grid is is just dropping elements. It's just like a matter of aspect ratios to showcase exactly what you need to have, which are 4x3 or 3x4 most of the times. So that's interesting. But a 4x3 system could work. So technically speaking, it is easier than I thought it would be. I'm How do you say that? Retracting my steps? No. Taking a step back on what I said earlier, that was this is going to be more complex than I thought? No. Apparently it is easier than I thought it would be. So, might be time. Now that I have more understanding than I used to have um, some years ago. But also, yes, thank you. This is something that I thought about at some point. I said maybe we could have a way to get like all of the system with the cards getting underneath your main presentation cards, um, or have a full width grid and a full description card at the top, like a half screen first, followed by the grid that is full width, the same way that we are here, basically, on that amount of content. Like that's a potential as well, in terms of the grid itself. So I was thinking about it, but now with the fact that the whole page becomes one grid, and then this one is just the only card that is an 8x8 or a 6x6 block. That's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good idea. That forces the 6x6 that cannot be moved, always in the top section, always in first place, and then the others are there. Technically speaking, when it comes to my backend, this is going to be a pain in the ass, so I'm probably not going to do that unless I figure it out, but we never know. But transforming the foundation card as a card that can be included inside of the grid is a pretty good idea. I like it. I like it. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, you could achieve it then. That's the output. That's what I have. Nonetheless, for the time being, here, I feel like if you do the thing that I said earlier, which is basically just have your layout being either like this to showcase how it's gonna look, or simplifying the thing by looking like this, or simplifying the thing by having something that is even closer to what you currently have. So instead of doing dang, I'm just gonna do dang. You know, like maybe that's what you need. You need the logo, the poster, and the backdrop uh as what it is, and that's it. You don't need to have wrapping or whatever. Doesn't make any sense. So that's an option. But maybe. But hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? I guess my input is gonna be what I need to hear. Lol. Can I have that with a fill size with I guess no labels, probably no helpers as well. We don't have a left button. You probably don't have would you? Maybe. No reading text, no up icon, no right icon, and no right button either. I see. How's the freelance, non-freelance client thingy from some months ago now? It's been a while, I know. But the one that paid you, but you didn't want to work for, how's that going? I forgot. uh, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Or we do exactly what I did with the simplified, um, like upload or URLs as to the reason why I'm against it right now is because in like using that once is fine. Having three of them back to back makes no fucking sense. Um, that's the thing. Um, good. Yes, that is neat. Well, that is a much better thing. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Um, oh yeah, that pisses me off. That placement pisses me off. It just makes no sense. Makes no sense. This one is good. I don't know if you've joined it. Please do. As mentioned earlier today, we're currently at 97 users. Maybe you can push us to the hundreds. Obviously, these data are refreshed at midnight, so I don't know. Maybe there has been already 3 people that have joined, and I have no clue. Could happen. Could be there. But yeah, I'm gonna kill Apple Music. Dang, get out. It's not playing any sounds. Ah, I'm waiting. Spotify, it's just like a bit of a weird thing. I didn't delete my account, which is something that I should have done, but I wanted to save the playlist and thing that I have in there. And the goal for Spotify is to reconnect and go back to Spotify once I have um, moved to Japan. Because, and I showcased that before, but like the prices in Japan are going to be 50% discount roughly. Um, it's the same thing. Like I had a friend that had a dedicated device that had a VPN in, I forgot if it was Argentina or Paraguay, but basically he had like a device that was always connected to a VPN there and spoofing his location IP exactly there for every subscription that he has, so that he is paying as if it was in Argentina and therefore paying roughly 50 cents a month instead of $20. So, same concept, but with Japan, as in my Apple developer account is in Japan. And so instead of paying $100 a year, I'm paying 70 something. So, it's a bit of a saving. When I'm going back, I'm probably going to go back to Spotify because it's a better experience overall than Apple Music. simply just having the ability to switch device and keep listening, which is crazy to not have on Apple. Anyways, different rent. Different rent. Yeah, I don't fucking know about this, Stony. I really don't like the thing. That's the first thing. I don't like it. And then the system is just such a wild thing. If the logo doesn't exist, if you don't use the logos, then that helps, kinda. Because we can have like both of these side by side instead. Bitch, that's not the right one. Oh no. Um, if you have cross-device listening, yes. If your product provide the ability for the user to have the app on their Mac and then it automatically switch to your phone if you start using the app on your phone, then yeah. Like I don't understand how Apple themselves don't have it. It makes no fucking sense that the gods of um, ecosystem, as Apple is, doesn't have cross-device music listening sync. It makes no fucking sense. Like the amount of time that I was on Spotify and controlling the music with my phone, just moving to the next song and so on through my phone, makes so much more sense because it's like it's the same fucking account. And then the Apple account that is linked to my Apple Music, yeah, it makes sense. It's me, it's my account. But now, when a secondary device is starting to use Apple Music on its own, the primary one is just like stopped, and it's just like so wild. It's so wild. But yeah, I don't know. So if you did that instead, let me just do that. Oh, that's gonna be really bad. uh, that's not necessarily the thing that I wanted to have in it. Yeah, that's not the one. I think yeah. I was about to say I think I saw it for a split second. Um, so then if we had the version that had an input field inside of it, then that might be a good option. Goes to a backdrop. And the thing is, if you do logo as well, like that's the thing that pisses me off with that view and the current situation, that you currently have three images that needs an upload and or a link with a link, as in a URL. That's just not good. It's just not good. If you had two, I'm fine with it. If you remove the logo, I'm kind of fine with it. But then based on what we just said, having the logo is a pretty good idea. Um, okay, I'm gonna try something. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad. It is really bad. Uh, so Um, what is this thing? Where? Oh, right there. Yeah. I mean, if you are providing the stuff, then I'm kind of fine with it. Um, yeah, dang, Figma is so slow, so slow. Mm, I don't like it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it. Um, but it's an option. Really don't. I really dislike it. I don't think it works. I don't think UX wise it's a good idea. I don't think UI wise it's a good idea either. I don't know exactly what you can do other than my first uh, initial drop of this, which obviously needs to be different. But yeah, like it's never gonna work. You know. Like it's just bad. It doesn't make sense. And not a slight sense whatsoever. It's just like this is not gonna work at all. Oh my God. Hmm. Ah. Exactly. Exactly. Uh, like just one file upload is fine because you have three on the same page is just like not making any sense. Um, the other option, which I don't like, but it's another option, um, is to do this. And I don't even know if I have that, to be honest. But um, Yeah, I was about to say, I forgot if that is uh, like, like that. That's how it is. Uh, let's reset the size. It works. That's the other option, basically, where you would simply say, uh, we have these three things, and underneath that, basically for each, you get your drop zone so that you can select logo, poster, backdrops. So if I change the collection view to the info view, how should we change it to fit the lack of information? This is better because you don't have three input drops um, on the view. That's the only reason. Because that is the issue. The This is the issue, basically. So you want to segment your stuff and say, here is the logo, here is the poster, and here is um, the fucking backdrop. I think you want me to be here instead. No, not that. Sorry, my bad. If you said refresh because I didn't have the image, yes, that's the case. It's the same design though. It doesn't. So yeah, I don't know. I really have these two things. I have the I know you, and I know that you are the power users that don't really care about the visuals or stuff when it comes to the dashboard section of the app. And then you have me on the other side that is just like, if the thing is visual, it's going to be way easier for people to understand. But I'm going into the shoes of the people that don't have any fucking clue what they're doing. So it's like the two opposites of the user base that you may have. And my endpoint is basically getting something. I'm not going to click on this one. Getting something like this, where uh, you have the poster, you have the data, and then underneath you have everything that is related to that collection, and that makes sense. But other than that, it's a lot more complex to create and create well. So, yeah. Let me reread that. So if I change the collection view to the info view, how should we change it to fit the lack of information to display? Um, I mean, it's the same thing. It's the, yeah, the Figma. Stop making things harder. Basically here, that's the collection view. And it has everything it needs to showcase exactly your current specials and collection. Like, that's basically the same thing. And it works, right? Like, I don't know what you mean by the lack of data or the lack of information or the lack of whatever that you said. You said the lack of information to display. So, like, it's just title, description. These are based on the content. Same here. And you already have done all that. It's just, I think the main difference between what I had and what you have here is that your versions right there is just taking a massive um, background that needs to change. So if I go, and I forgot if that's the case or if it's like higher up when it comes to the container. That's the box itself. I doubt that you put it on the box itself. Did you? Did you? Did you? Uh, yeah, no, you didn't. That's the one. That's the one. I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, it is. So, uh, if you did this already, that would be a bit better. 24% opacity only on the backdrop would, just make it better. If you did 16%, a bit better, obviously, for readability's sake. But you have like that's an option. Gotta make it bigger. And that's the collection. It's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. It works. So still, I don't know if you watched this one. Pretty good. Pretty good so far. I don't think there will be a season 2 because, why not? But pretty interesting. Pretty short as well. That's nice. Like 8 episodes and then done, compared to some of the latest like others that have been like way too long. The Cloak and Dagger and others that I don't like them. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So overall, this is like fine, and just change the background to a bit of opacity so that you have accessibility with the thing. I'm currently at 16%. 16% is better. The logo is a bit massive, and you don't need it. So, But if you remove it, that means that the only thing that you need is this thing and the backdrops. If that's the case, then we can reduce this to just 2, get rid of the logo, have the poster and backdrops as 2 inputs, which I don't like, but why not? And, it might be fine. It might be fine. Boy, yeah. Again, going back to the fact that there is an upload and a link is a bit of the issue because it's drastically different. And if you just said, for the sake of simplicity, you need to go to wherever and find an image link, like a direct image link, and paste that, and then you, on your end, in terms of the code, you are extracting the image and saving it on the server, or caching it or whatever, so that even if that link died, you would still have the image, which is something that I need to do because, for example, this one is sometimes loading, sometimes doesn't. Same here, like that depends on the day. This one never loaded, so I don't care. But these images should be probably saved and held on the bucket. So yeah, that's the thing. At least for me, that's the thing. Also, that's a that's an overflow hidden situation right there. If I haven't seen one of these, that's a nice corner cropping. Do the same thing at the bottom. You do. At least you don't do it on the right side, but yeah. Oh, you crop that as well. I see. Anyways, uh, better. I mean, adding some padding doesn't really change the issue, but you know. I don't like this. I don't mind it, but I don't like it. And I think if I get rid of that, which is my dual thing, and if I just say this is let's do that. This is wild, but it's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Expected. Right there. If I say this with that, if you do this, as the page in the dashboard, I'm kind of fine with it. You still need one of these right there to say, sorry, that's not the thing. Like, this thing needs to be poster so that you know what it is, and then you have the title and the description. Probably the easiest thing to be would be the easiest thing to do would be to have like true inputs instead of what I've done here, and then ensure that this is like the true 16% that I said earlier for no reason. You know, so that you know how it looked. You have the upload backdrop situation in the background. You can clear it and change it if necessary, and you know that the poster is gonna look like this, the title is gonna be this, the logo is gonna be placed and it's gonna be this. You know how it kind of align overall, and then maybe for the sake of having something, you do this with the fucking thing in the right place, but that's not the case. This is not gonna work. you know, as a preview of what could be. Um, like you will have your content that will load there, and therefore having a bit of a preview of what needs to load there is a probable thing to do. Um, and we said this is not a 4x3. This is it? It's not. It's not. It is. It's a 2x3. 2x3. So, uh, you know, something like this. Specifically if it's clipping and it's what you see inside of the dashboard, that could work. I'm still not sure about the fucking links because that doesn't sit right with me in terms of how it looks. So, you know. But yeah. The links? No, you need the URL upload. You need it. I'm not saying about the logo placement. I'm talking about the links things. You still want this to be presenting the links. It makes more sense. Both of these have no helpers. And then this one officially it's supposed to be like this. Should have done that faster. But no, I didn't. I'm gonna duplicate that because safety first. I feel like this is gonna be mandatory here, but not mandatory there. You don't have an icon for both, and so you will have specials title. I don't know your names on this one. Description. Yeah, that's weird. Sorry, I just read the message. That is weird. No. Don't do that. You know, it works for you because you know what it is, but for regular people, like if you paste a URL or if you upload a thing and it just doesn't work, I mean, it's a wild thing. Don't do that. Don't do that. We don't have a size difference. So this is with the elements. So you have the correct inputs, the correct titles and headings. Um, so that's potential. And even though I hate it, this is roughly the best option. I hate it as in that section. I need a P, and then maybe that will give me some IDs. I doubt it. I guess. I guess that could work. I guess that could work, but that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. My issue is with this. I'm not gonna lie. This is the only issue I have. I just. I just need this thing to be proper when it comes to how it looks. And that's gonna work a bit better. Because you can paste the link first and like mental model makes sense. And then you also recognize that this is like a drop zone. So that kind of works. The good thing is that you could also do that and say that this is the drop zone itself, which is fine. To make it smaller, but then you'd still need to load it as a proper whatever 2:3 aspect ratio to make sure that you have like the proper rendering of the poster. So dang. When I say 200 there, why don't you want to be smaller? Like, what the fuck? And there's a min width. Oh my God. Okay, cool. I just want that. And now we can do the 320 min width that we have 480 on this side. That makes a lot more sense. God damn it. Um, fill. Good. And then if I go back to my mins and do it to 60, which was the place that we were on earlier, that's proper, much better. Um, yeah, the only thing that is kind of unsure for me right now is the amount of black. That sounds crazy. The amount of black overlay on top of the image itself based on what we wanted to do in the first place. So if I use the system that we currently have in the code, we don't have an overlay, we have the image, but then we have the image on top of a color, and our color right this instant is, as far as I remember, our slate 3 or 2. So let's use 3 for now, drop it underneath and make sure that this thing is at that 16%, 20% opacity so that we have like a rough equivalent. What I said on the Tailwind edit was like 16%. The reason why this is a bit better is because it matches the color of my elements already, and therefore it is more blending in. That's a tad better, but yeah. Slate 2, slate 3, I think that's going to be a better overall thing, and then you can tweak on your end what it is. But yeah, I feel like that could work. If it works for you, I think it could work for me, and it's pretty simple enough that we have that working. Overall should be okay. There are some details that are still pissing me off, so give me a second. But yeah, most of the pissing me off is the spacing and the presentation. Fair point. Fair point. Let's remove the min and then say that this is also a fair container, and that we can remove this one as well. It's fine. It's fine. And then these two things are, technically speaking, should be free floating on top of everything for the alignments, so that people kind of understand what they are. Upload the backdrop makes sense, and then clear, delete, remove, potentially as an option. Would you say that the default system is to use the backdrop of the first entry in the playlist? First or last added? So that when you clear, it just automatically use the thing. But when you do that manually, like you say, I want to upload something, that works. The thing that I have in mind right now is the same. If we have the upload backdrop here, we kind of need the upload from URLs as well. Oh, I just don't want that to happen. Goddamn. Uh, Basically, I'm here. I am currently on this thing where on click, I have the upload or the URL as two options. And because of that, if I know that I want to upload something, it's gonna be click, click. So 2 clicks to send me to the upload. If it's not, if it's a URL and I know that, it's gonna be click, 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 paste, click. 4 fucking clicks. So something's missing. Something's missing in terms of how easy it could be. Um, mhm. And it gave you not that. Nothing. Yeah, I know. That's I noticed. I noticed. Um, which you mean not on dashboard, just to have this at the top. Um, yeah, that works. It's not great, but it works. Yeah, it does make sense. It is faster. Is it good? That's the question. Hmm, hmm, hmm. I see things. I see things. That's a lot of animations. That uh that fucks everything. That fucks everything. Because if that's the layout that you have, then these things needs to be next to the poster, um, in order to match. And then the logo doesn't exist, really. So, goddamn. Yeah, but I mean, the issue that I have is the placement. No, I like the fact that there is a logo. I don't like this. I like what you had earlier with this section taking the logo or the header taking the logo. What I don't like is this. That's wrong. For some reason, this is more complex of a rendering than what you currently have. So, and then with what you have done, you have this, I guess, at roughly 64%, I'm guessing. And then you have added, I mean, you have added, there is 16 blocks all round, right? Kinda. Which means that based on your stuff, you're probably around here now. Um, it works. It's not great, but it works. But it's not great. That's my issue. Um, God damn, this is slow. This is slow. But it works. Like that's an option that keeps the layout, that keeps the thing. You have the preview underneath of the next content that would be added if there was any, and making sure that this is like just a half situation of the next section would help. So I feel like this is okay. It's flexible enough. It's not like the greatest, but it's flexible enough. And then these ones are supposed to be like somewhere around here for sure, so that you know you're aligned and behaving like that. I think that would be fine based on where it's located. So I guess you can do that if you wanted to have like the cards and things. Otherwise, this one is an option as well. I'm gonna use the same placement for this. This is more for what you used to have a second ago. But yeah, I know that that background below doesn't exist. So you're gonna do that instead. Probably gonna do that instead for the sake of having something. Yeah. If that works for you, that works for me. It's fine enough. The only thing that you don't have in terms of current design compared to previous design detail page is the fact that the logo doesn't really have a spot. So based on how you place it, we may need to reorganize a bit around here on the dashboard section. But if that's not the case and you place it like somewhere underneath the buttons, that means that you need to wrap the tags underneath, which is fine. But that's an option as well. You can just have it have the logos be exactly the same width as the buttons, so that it matches visually speaking. That could work. That could work. And you know what? I'm gonna do something that's gonna piss you off. It's optional. So if the user doesn't want a logo, there is no logo. If the user wants a logo, they can add it. I think it depends on the logo itself. If the logo is a minimalistic logo, it's not gonna add clutter. Within the card, it does. I'm not gonna lie. The previous version is a bit better. Like the fact that the logo here is above everything, that makes a lot more sense to me. But yeah, no, that's not what you did, so I'm fine with it. Damn. Maybe. Uh, yeah. Yes, indeed. And then you can have the logo right there. But then, in order to get like the rendering proper, kind of want to have this not like that. We go back to exactly what I said in roughly the first version, to be honest. Like there is no difference. Other than now we have the correct background. That's that is the main thing that has changed. Other than that, we didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The logo makes a lot of sense for me when it's here. the poster makes a lot of sense when it's here, and when you don't have all of this unnecessary data stuff, then you just have a better overall like presentation, specifically if you define that the poster is aligned with the bottom of the description all the times. And that's the offset. We good. We good. It's fine. It's fine. It's the weather. So yeah, so if you have like the bottom of this poster is always aligned with the bottom of the description, then you end up with something that is potentially interesting, and you have a slot for the logo that is in between the top of the poster and the beginning of the card, maybe? With a mid height, obviously. Otherwise, you would end up with something as 60 pixel at some point. But that's an option. I don't necessarily like it that much. I feel like it's a very interesting concept overall, for placement and alignment and so on, you know. Like something like this is fine. Damn, that's so close. Steffi, hi, welcome in. I'm sorry, it happens. That's my bad. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. I know, not the greatest. But welcome in. I hope you're good. Yeah. You end up with the exact same thing that I did in the beginning, which is fine, but you know, that looks okay. Again, it's a more visual thing. I mean, that was my main point in the first quick mockup that I did here. Like, it makes a lot more sense to have visual alignment compared to the rest. And since you did the thing that I said to do in the first place, of using the regular movie page, detail page to use here, then, you know, like that's a viable option. And you have your poster, you have your specials, title, and description, and your potential logo. If you want to have the logo, you can upload and change the backdrop right from here. And then if you clear it, it's just going to take the first entry or the last entry that you add as the backdrop. So that's something. The potential that you have on your end, this is more of code stuff than anything else, is going to say if, yeah, I don't know about that yet. Uh, if the user decides to create the name and description first and then move to playlist, as I said, potentially, when they have all of that, and then they save or whatever, I don't know, they go back here, the preview at the bottom could be populated like the four first preview with the first four things. So yeah, the the only issue or option that we have here in order to get the thing that we are talking about, which is the URL for the backdrops, is going to be this with uh, we don't have a size. That's true. That is true. With this, basically. But that's not the easiest to understand. Um, that's an issue. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's as bad. That would be better. That's true. That's true. Um, Let me just fully revert. So, that is the thing. Basically, um, you get that. Let me just do this instead. That's going to be easier. So when you have nothing, Larkin, hi, welcome in. When you have nothing, then you have either you paste a URL or you upload a backdrop. And then when you have something, you just, um, you can clear. That's it. Goddamn, congrats. Impressive. Impressive. I am not gonna lie. This doesn't happen often. And you are visible on the mobile view. That's even crazier. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it either. Goddamn. Approximately, yeah. Roughly 4. Uh, not that. Goddamn. Congrats on landing as well. Impressive. Everyone is landing. That's crazy. Uh, yeah, so that's the thing. If you have a URL, you can paste or upload, and that system is kind of working in both direction. It's basically the same here. Like if you click on this entire thing, it's just like paste the URL or upload by clicking or dropping. So yeah, 4-4, yeah. Also, Marcy, hi, welcome in. I was surprised because you dropped Stony. Not that, yeah. How are you? How was your week? How was everything? It is charged. That's the thing. It bringing a lot of noise in uh, into the view, but it works. So that's the current state of things, right? If you have no backdrop, right, you have the paste URL or upload backdrop, and then once you have uploaded backdrop, you can only clear. So you clear and then you upload a new one if necessary. But like that's the switch. Um, and same thing for the other ones. Basically, once you have um, that is a fair assumption. I would assume as well. Once you have the image that is here, you would have the clear button. So because I have a feeling you're gonna be a dumbass about it. Uh, let me give you the things in question. Um, I'm gonna use Unsplash. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. That's good. Here, can I search for a logo? Do we have like a logo thing? Yeah, just like that. Perfect. Perfect. Um, so you have that, and then you have these buttons within. I'm gonna kill people again, again. Um, what do you mean? I feel like it would be easier for me to just do that instead and use the clear or just the trash icon um, right away. That makes a lot more sense to me. For some reason, I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. No, the logo would be wrong because you don't know exactly what you will have, but you need to present something that is transparent, and that is a PNG. Mm-mm. Specifically, I mean, the Slack logo is absolutely aligned with your views on uh, business and behaviors and such. So, build wise, this is bad. Build wise, this is really bad. So, let's just do the things properly. I'm gonna export that and then bring this in for adding that back in, removing the, oops, removing, no, that at the bottom, which means that this is gonna be a hug situation and a 0 at the bottom. And then we can move it back down by placing it here and ensuring that these two left, bitch, these two are left aligned so that this is working. And then we have an 8 in between the two. And 64 at the top. Did I say 64, 56 maybe? 56 at the top. So that way you have that container which shouldn't exist, containing that thing which is probable. That's the text content. And then you have your text input for the title, text input for the things. This one is my poster container, adding something that you don't like, which is fine. The file drop zone is there, and this is my logo container. And I should have done that on this one as well, but I feel like I'm lazy right now, so maybe I'm not gonna do that. I will, don't worry about it. But yeah, back at it. Right there. What the fuck? Sorry. Force of habit. Yeah. That's my logo container, that's my thing, and then this is coming back right about here. You know what? Right about there. Cool. Now you have proper build, a kind of a bit of a confusing things, but explaining useful. When you're here, in terms of how I build this, it's a bit of a different system than what we used to have in the previous one. It is not based on the alignments. It is the container is smaller than what it needs to be, whereas on the original, I have made the container just float. So in the original, we have a lot more padding on the left side of the content. And on this one, I have created a container that is within the thing in order to avoid the overlapping layout shift. You have one container for your poster that is a specific height that is equal to the title plus description input fields. And it is a non-clipping overflow visible container so that the poster that is the 2:3 aspect ratio image slot plus the poster label at the top can overflow at the top. So that's how it's built. It's easier and it's better because that way you don't have to manage different values for that left padding that you have on the main screen. So that's it's a bit of a better thing. And then this one is just floating above. But that's a fuck off situation. But yeah, that's the build. I'm debating about the clear, making it red as well. That could be an option to, just have it, which I might. But yeah, at least once you're loaded up, then you're good. And then these two need to be in not error state. They need to be in filled. Both of these need to make sense. Yeah, that is fine. I'm okay with that if you can do that inside of the dashboard. But this is a pretty good option. It might be a bit more complex to get, like when it comes to the alignments for some other things, but yeah. I feel like this is repeating, as in repeating the same song, even though we're supposed to be somewhere else. But no, maybe it's just that album is really similar. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, what do you think, Sony? That's it's for you, technically speaking. So yeah, it sounds the same. That's wild. It's something that's bothering me still, and I don't know what it is. I'm still looking at it. It is. I think my issue with it is basically the background thing. It's still not good, and what you have is worse. So I'm kind of fine with it, but I doubt that you will do it anyways. Like this is a strong background. That's a lot of very noisy thing in the background. So I don't know. Um, but yeah, doubts, doubts. Um, and then here I'm debating should, because it is, like, should this be clear? Because it will be clear in the end. Once uploaded, the logo takes place. And it's clear so that people can imagine, maybe. That's gonna be a bit of a better thing. I can see that happen. I can see that happen. Um, yeah, I still don't like it, but fine. uh, the thing that I don't like, just to reiterate on why I'm saying this, uh, I don't like this. I feel like this is a bit of a both of them, not just this one. Both of them. The fact that the paste the URL at the top is kind of not necessarily good, and I don't know what else I could do in terms of getting that upload section to make sense and look like um, a better thing. Because the other option is to have it like underneath that section, the same way that we're supposed to have in our upload for images and so on. Do we have the upload thing? Yes, right there. So technically we have a button right here, and it's basically the same thing. So instead of having the button, we decided that the entirety of the card is the button, which is the regular behavior of a drop zone. You can click on it or drop the thing. But instead of having the button, we could replace that with an input field for like sending the thing to a URL. But when you do that, you end up with an element that is wider than the text. And if you fix its width to the text width, you end up with something that is not good. So that's really bad. And then going back to here, if I go into my empty states, which I think is what I have in mind right now, right here, that is basically the view that I have. So if I just had one button or one input right there, it would make sense, but that's not the case. So you know, it's a bit of a different thing. I see that your buttons don't do that. What's fun to build? This button. The next one that I want to spend a lot more time on is this one, because single is just like selection for something. But if I say range, I want to be able to click and drag if that's an option. Right now I can do that. Also, I hate the fact that it's non-radiused when I'm moving from cell A to cell B. Like, that makes absolutely no sense to me. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Anyways. Other than that, I really like this one. Obviously, it makes sense. The first version that I had both as well in the same view, as in we were here with the paste a URL or upload your own file at the same level at the header title label. But then we added the gallery, which means that it makes more sense to have all three options right away so that you can access everything and be done with it. What? Not the greatest. Not the greatest either. We'll figure it out. That is still broken. I don't understand. The session doesn't reset itself automatically. That's bad. Well, technically, yeah. But it would be useful. Like, you would have all the logos, all the backdrops, all the posters of all the things that you have on your server, which means everything in the movie DB. So you would be able to find anything. And you would just need to have a search bar. And that would be good. The issue with you on this setup is that your current understanding of these files is with their current hash values for the titles. So, yeah. I get it. I get it. Oh my god. I saw something. It's gonna piss me off. Let me break the stream for 1 second by recording my screen. It's something that, while I'm doing that while streaming, is a very, very bad idea. But, you know. Why did I do that? I'm so sorry. If you look closely, it's a Mac, that's the reason. You see that? On hover, it grows, but then look at the play button. At the last second, it just moved 1 pixel to the left. Because I don't know why. but it was good during the transition, and then at the end it just goes back. That's crazy. That's such a small detail. And you can simply fix that by having a zoom value that is an even number. That's it. If you make sure that the amount of zoom is at the resulting size is an even number, that shift should not happen. The reason why there is this shift is because the element is fighting for half a pixel and therefore moving to the closest, which is probably on the left. That's it. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. Nonetheless, you did good for the performance and stuff. I am not gonna lie. The fact that you have all of these sub-transition navigations and so on. Yes. Also, earlier you said that I needed to have a web tag transition thingy. I do. It doesn't work. There is CSS transition, CSS page transition in between the pages here, and it still flashes every single fucking time. But then again, this is within the, if I remember correctly, this is within the live server servering, whereas within this, which I should just copy paste instead, it's the same thing. In Arc, it kind of breaks, and then weirdly, in here, I should just open the fucking window, but that's fine. In here, and I don't understand why that's the case, it is as flawless as it needs to be. I have no clue. I don't know. I've looked at it. It's supposed to be exactly like this, which is working. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. The navigation is in place and so on. But it's just live server and Arc specifically, or at least in the browser, doesn't want to come to be a good person and to just do the thing properly. So I don't know. I don't know. It's not even, I don't think it's a style tag. I think what we have is added somewhere in the landing.css. But yeah. That's the thing. What do you mean just do it? Do what? I don't know what you're talking about. No. That will not do anything. If I do that, then it's gonna be fucked when it's here. Like that's gonna be the same thing. The issue is not the flash. The issue is the fact that the UI is re-rendering the entire page when it's not necessary, and when it's built. Like I don't care about the flash. I care about the fact that the UI disappear for like one frame. That's what I care about. Because I made sure that I have like a nice transition, but this one, it's crazy. It's just not supposed to happen, but it still does happen, and I don't know why. It's not a background thing. Anyways, flashing everyone all the times. Again, going back to uh, Dapshi's requests, not really, but I don't know if it's gonna work on this one. Yeah, if I'm on incognito, it's just 100 everywhere. If I'm on light mode as well, I think it's also a bit better. Some days depends on the day. Yeah, a bit better, just a smidge. The fact that accessibility is more better in light mode is a bit of a crazy thing. But I'm not gonna complain much. I'm not gonna complain much. That's pretty nice. I don't know what that means. At the end of the day, I don't really care. But it's working. We have good performance, officially speaking, which is good. But yeah, anything else on this thing, Stoney? Or are you good on this? I feel like we're okay, but there might be like a bit of alignment situations where you may want to re-change things here and there. Other than that, I don't think sleeping on it will change anything, to be honest. The options that I have for re-uploading or for the upload section is kind of complex. Yeah, I mean, as I said, you should have upload in line, but you don't like it. Not upload, but like edit in line. For me, if I'm here and I have my own playlist right there, and then I say, let me edit that, I basically want to move into the edit mode right there. Like if I click on the title, I'm just editing where it is, not moving to something else. But that works. Like, that's fine. At least for me, that's fine. But you just said it's now just 2 buttons in the header, and I don't see a header. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Give me a full sentence on this one. I have a hard time. It's now just 2 buttons in the header. On Figma? Okay. Oh, you mean the settings special edit? I really have a hard time with that sentence. Nothing makes sense. Just that detail and playlist. Yeah, I mean, you don't really have a choice right here. You have your specials and then you need to edit the content because you want to edit the content right here, which again, I wouldn't, but that's fine. Inline editing, inline adding content to the playlist, to the specials, um, makes more sense to me. But say, I see why that works. That's good. I didn't check that. That's good. Um, or at least that was good. I don't know why these ones are not on. Is it because you don't have them? Is that the reason? That's a crazy thing, but yeah. Um, that kind of works. So if the reason why these ones are already in there and therefore uh, blurred out, that's good. And the reason why these ones are not there yet and therefore visible, that's great as well. So I feel like that was a bit of a mistake, but that's okay. Um, yeah, and that's gonna be at the bottom, right? Yeah, that's the thing. I can't do that. That's so sad. Probably can't do that either. And then can I do that? No. God damn. I mean, you stopped on Thursday morning, so I get it. Um, fine. I guess. The main thing, the thing that I have um a bit of an issue with is this shouldn't be here. I feel like this search should be here, and you should have like the results right there, meaning that if I'm selecting stuff, like here, let's say I'm doing this, I'm already selecting things right there, and therefore I can just send them over. So my main behavior that I would have here is this panel contains everything, um, and like that makes sense because the ad selected is not making sense. Yeah, like full context makes a lot more sense, at least from my point of view. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm taking the blame on this one. Um, I think what I did here was mostly everything is defined, but if you want to filter the content, then you can use the search to filter the content that is here. But you did an additional layer, which is, I mean, if you don't have the context and you just see this, I get it. And easy to not make the mistake or make the mistake anyways, like both works. Um, and then you said you wanted to make that effortless. So I'm guessing you're probably gonna do the proper things, and yeah, you probably see that as well. So I get it. I get it. It's fine. But yeah, getting the click and drag to select multiple and the click and shift click to get the entirety of the selection, that's something that we do like to have. So yeah, other than that, good. Congrats. If you're doing that like soon, that's fine. That's fine. The only thing that I feel like would be effortless for real is if it reordered them based on content. Um, as in, and I know. Um, the system should know based on the fact that the playlist already exists in the movie DB. There is probably the order of things either on the movie DB or on other platforms, and the system should know that that episode of that season is supposed to happen before that movie, but the next episode is after the movie. Um, and then the system just gets the order right for you. So if you are like just dropping everything specifically here because you are at 295, it's like figuring out that Cloak and Dagger is supposed to happen like before the Miss Marvel things, for example, then you need to select everything and then go back up. So yeah, it's a bit of a more complex thing to do. But that's only gonna work if when you are doing chronological uh, system, which doesn't happen for most of the specials. Like you will have the Chris Hemsworth special, for example, for some people that loves Chris Hemsworth, where you will have all of the Thor, you will have all of the Extraction, all of the other movies that he's been in, um, just because that person likes the actor, and they would be organized by release dates, not necessarily by chronological order, because it makes no sense. So that's a thing to be aware of. I don't know. Could be interesting to have at some point, maybe, potentially. We never know. We never know. But yeah, other than that, I guess that's the only thing that I could say or give or recommend. God damn, Props is already not live anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. I guess we can send you to the other designer for the sake of sending you to the other designer. I'll see what we can do later. Right about there. Right about there makes sense. As always, thank you for being here. Highly appreciate it. This week was a bit weird because of the break in the middle, but also useful for me to work on stuff. So appreciate it. If you have a question and you don't have me live, join the Discord. Highly appreciated. If you are someone that likes perfumes, use that. And if you have like a lot of links that you want to share with other people, use this. It's going to be really cool. And if, as always, at the end of the day, if you want to learn Japanese, which I guess you don't, but we never know, use Can. Can is good. Can is pretty good. And then the Mom UI kit is coming up soon-ish, maybe at some point when I figure it out with the hosting and the flashes and the stuff. But yeah, that's the wrong button, bitch. That's the right button. I still forgot. So this is officially stream 24. God damn. One day we'll have the thing because this one is just not working and it's been resetted. So yeah. We'll see if that is updated at some point. Anyways, as always, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.